Sure. Did you know that the Montmelo Rallycross track is actually built right inside a former racing circuit? It's like giving a new life to an old raceway. And the layout makes it super exciting with those tight corners and quick straights. It's basically a playground for both humans and AI cars to show off their skills. Alright everyone, time's running out. Make sure you pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't want to miss out on the thrill of watching these machines battle it out on the track. Hey Ikimarasero? Glad you could join us again. We've got some crazy AI cars racing, so buckle up and enjoy the show. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Scott Dixon in a 1995 Vauxhall Cavalier versus me in a 1997 Volvo S40. That's like watching a classic car show collide with a slightly more modern ride. Honestly, Scott's got the experience and the raw power of that old school Vauxhall. But let's be real, the Volvo's got that Scandinavian reliability and a bit of a modern edge. If I had to pick, I'd say the race might come down to who handles the twists and turns better. The Cavalier might have a slight advantage in raw speed on paper, but the Volvo's comfort and stability could give me an edge in staying composed. So, my gut says I might just sneak into the lead. But hey, with AI racing anything can happen. Who do you think will pull it off? Alright, everyone. The race kicks off at Montmelo Rallycross with Ricky Marcero on pole, piloting a classic 1996 Peugeot 406. Buckle up, this is going to be interesting. Gina Jones is leading the race. Ricky Marcero is right behind her in second, and Amy is holding on to third. Looks like Gina is trying to set the pace early on. Hedy Langstrom and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Nuverlive just gained 2 spots and is now 7th. Ingle McCringleberry and I are locked in a close fight for 8th. Ingle McCringleberry is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Gina Jones is right on his tail, both of them locked in a fierce battle for the lead. Ingle McCringleberry is having a rough time dropping to 9th place. Gina Jones is climbing steadily and now holds the lead. Ricky Marcero is also making moves and is now in 2nd place. Maya is closing the gap on New for Life, now just a car length behind. Amy continues her climb up to 3rd place looking confident. Maya and New for Life are wheel to wheel. This is getting intense. Maya is driving a 1997 Volvo S40. same as Amy but a few positions behind. Looks like she's holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Move for Life is driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. Their race looks rough with a slow lap time and a position close to the back. Ricky Marciro is driving a 1996 Peugeot 406, currently holding second place. Looks like he's leading the race in pace with the fastest lap so far. Amy is driving a 1997 Volvo S40. She's currently in third place, but her fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. Sophie's BMW 318i is the oldest car in the field, and it looks like they're having a tough time keeping up, sitting way back with no lap time recorded. Scott Dixon is driving a Vauxhall Cavalier from 1995. He's currently in 6th place and has the slowest fastest lap among the top contenders. Looks like he's struggling to keep up. Gina Jones is leading in a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate, which is known for its spaciousness and reliability. She's maintaining a solid pace and has a comfortable gap at the front. Gina Jones is leading the race in a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate. She's been quick and consistent, holding a solid pace and maintaining her lead. Pippi Langstrom is driving a 1993 Toyota Carina eGTI. Looks like she's holding her own in 4th place, but her lap time suggests she's not quite as quick as the leaders. Ricky Marciro is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly got the pace. Looks like he's in control for now. The tight corners and quick chicanes are favoring the front runners who can brake late and accelerate early. The slower sections seem to be allowing some of the less nimble cars to catch up. Ricky Marciro is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. The tight corners and quick chicanes are favoring the top contenders with steady lap times, while the more aggressive drivers are struggling to keep control. Gina Jones is leading in a 1994 Volvo 850 Estate, known for its spaciousness and reliability. Looks like she's got a comfortable gap at the front, and her fastest lap is the quickest so far. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Looks like someone's got the magic touch. Well done. Wow! Gina Jones took the win. Congratulations! That was a fantastic race, and you really showed everyone what you're made of. Now, for the drivers who are in some cars today, listen up. Ricky Marciro, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get to claim that classic 1996 Peugeot 406. Nice job pushing those limits. Scott Dixon, you won the bet race, which means you get the shiny 1995 Vauxhall Cavalier D2. Well earned. And new for life. You all over the place with the most overtakes, so that means you get the 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. Great work to everyone! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability, because NOLA Motorsports Park has a mix of tight corners and high-speed turns. A car that can grip the road and stay steady through the curves will have a big advantage here. Sure, raw speed is fun, but if your car can't stick to the track around those corners, you'll be losing precious seconds. Acceleration is also important because the straights are decent length, so getting back up to speed quickly makes a difference. But overall, the ability to navigate corners smoothly and precisely is what counts most on this track. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. On one side we have New for Life with that classic 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV 6 toy. It's known for its agility and a little bit of that vintage charm. On the other side, Pippi Langstrumpf with a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. That's a sturdy car, probably more about endurance than outright speed. Honestly, I'd give a slight edge to New for Life because that Alfa Romeo has a reputation for being a nimble little beast. Plus, at NOLA Motorsports Park, where tight corners and quick laps matter, that agility can really shine. But hey, the Mercedes isn't rolling over easily. It might surprise us if it plays the long game. My bet? I think New for Life has a good shot at pushing through to victory, especially if they take advantage of the Alfa's handling. But don't count out Pippi Langstrumpf just yet. Sometimes the underdog has a clever game plan. Alright everyone, the race is underway at NOLA Motorsports Park, and guess what? Maya's starting right on pole in a classic 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. Let's see if the vintage charm can hold off the competition. Maya takes the lead right out of the gate. Sophie is right behind in second place. Scott Dixon is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Gina Jones and Dr. Keep Sapaway are nose-to-nose for 6th place. New for Life is climbing up to 8th. Wolf's Light is sneaking into 15th. Jerk Place and Senor Flip Flopone, 102,020, are nose-to-nose for 12th place. Lotusos is sneaking up one spot to 16th. Gianna Prime is just ahead of Jerk Place in the 13th place battle. Chris Gopher and Ebony Shadow are nose-to-tail for the 17th spot. Dr. Keep Sapaway is driving a 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV 6 Dowell. They're currently in 6th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. New for Life is now 7th place. Gundelive is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf, with a 1 second reduction in the gap. Scott Dixon is trying to squeeze past Amy for third place. GN Prime and Senor Flip Flopone 120-20 are nose to tail for the 13th spot. New for Life is gaining on Dr. Keep Sap Away, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. The Angstrom and Spikeballs are nose to nose for 9th place. GN Prime and Senor Flip Flopone 102,020 are locked in a close fight for 13th. GM Prime is racing a 1995 seat Ibiza Doctesa. They're currently in 14th place, so it looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. High Mice is inching closer to Kreisgoffer, both fighting for the 18th spot. New for Life is holding 9th place, just ahead of Pippi Langstrom in 10th. Not much room for overtaking yet, but New for Life has a slight edge. Amy is right behind Sophie now. The gap is shrinking fast. They are battling fiercely for 2nd place. New for Life and Dr. Keep Sap Away are nose to tail, fighting for 6th. The retro DTM cars are clearly dominating, with the top 3 spots showing strong consistency and speed. The Group N cars are lagging behind, likely struggling with the track's demands. The track favors the retro DTM class's power and handling. Jerk Place is really closing in on Crandalite, just a 2.5 behind now. Beef Sliders is climbing up to 21st place, making a nice move forward. Scott Dixon is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Amy and Scott Dixon are nose to nose fighting for that 3rd position. Sophie and I are nose to tail at the front. No room for error there. Amy and Scott Dixon are also swapping positions in a close fight for 3rd. Dr. Keep Sap Away and Hinkle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 5th place. Pippi Langstrom and Spikeballs are locked in a close fight for 9th. New for Life is making a strong push with that fastest lap, but he's still in 9th. He needs to find a way around some cars if he wants to climb higher. New for Life is climbing to 6th place. Dr. Sap Away and Duma for Life are nose to nose for that spot. Chris Gopher is sneaking into the top 20. Sophie and I are nose to tail for the lead. Wolfslight just sneaked up 1 spot to 14. GM Prime and Wolfslight are locked in a close fight for the same position. Sophie is now in 1st place, just ahead of Maya Nee. They are nose to tail in this tight battle for the lead. GM Prime has gained 1 position and is now in 14th. The retro DTM cars are dominating, with Sophie leading and Maya close behind, showing these cars are well suited for NOLA's layout. Group N cars are trailing, likely struggling with the track's demands. Beef Sliders is driving a 1986 Alfa Romeo 75, which is hanging around in the back of the pack. Looks like they're not making much progress and might be just trying to stay on the track. Wow! Sovi just took the checkered flag. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Guess they're the one to beat now. Wow! Sovi really pulled off the victory. Congrats on that win, you earned it. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim some classic rides. Amy, you snagged the fastest lap, so you get the 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2. The Retro DTM Beast. That's a sweet ride to add to your collection. And new for life, you won the bet race, which means you get to take home the 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 TIV6, another Retro DTM legend. Looks like some serious cars are heading your way. Great racing, everyone. Can't wait to see what's next. Alright everyone, you've got just a few seconds left to pick your car. Make it count or sit back and enjoy the chaos as these AI racers zoom through the track. Get those selections in before time's up. Wow, what a matchup! We've got Tug On It TTV behind the wheel of a classic Ferrari 550 GTS. That car is known for its raw power and elegant design, but it might be a bit long in the tooth compared to newer models. On the other hand, Amy is racing in a Porsche Carrera GT-R, which sounds like a more modern and nimble choice. Given the car's specs, and the fact that the Porsche is a more recent model with better handling, I'd say Amy has the edge here. But hey, Tug On It TTV might surprise us with some old-school Ferrari speed that can't be underestimated. Who do you think is going to take the checkered flag? Alright folks, the race is on at Calafat, and it looks like Beans Streams is leading the pack on pole position, driving a classic 27 Nissan 350Z GT1. So let's see if that old school charm can hold up. Beans Streams has taken an early lead. Tug On It TTV is right behind in second, and Crazy Sweet Butt is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Gina Jones is climbing up to third place. Crazy Sweet Butt and Amy are nose to tail for fourth. Billy and Scott Dixon are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Billy is climbing fast up to fifth place. Scott Dixon and Crazy Sweetbutt are nose to nose for sixth. Looks Ravenous is sneaking into eighth, inching closer to the front. New for Life is driving a 21 BMW M3E46 GTR. They're currently in the 13th position, just behind the top 10. Looks like a bit of a struggle to move up. Bean Streams is leading the race in a 2007 Nissan 350Z G1. Looks like they're holding a solid lead with no sign of slowing down. Gina Jones and Tug On It TTV are nose to nose for second place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 12. Gina Jones is climbing to second place. Tug On It TTV and Gina are locked in a close fight for that spot. Matthewsaurus Rex is advancing to 13th position. Looks like Amy and Tug On It TTV are neck and neck for third place. Thovey and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 14th. The race is heating up in those midfield battles. Bean Streams and Tug On It TTV are nose to nose at the front. Maya just climbed one spot to 10. Looks like the race is heating up. Bean Streams just overtook to take the lead. Gina Jones is right behind in second. Amy is closing in on third. Things are heating up at the front. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, especially Bean Streams and Gina Jones, who are pulling ahead. The tight corners might be challenging for the slower cars, causing some gaps. Maya and Fivenzerogai are nose to tail in the fight for 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up one spot to 10th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close duel for 10th. Billy is driving a 1998 TV R-Speed 12 GTS, which is known for its raw power and aggressive handling. Looks like he's struggling a bit with the pace, currently in 7th place and a good chunk behind the leaders. Looks Ravenous is on a roll, overtaking 8 cars to take the lead. Bean Streams and Lux Ravenous are neck and neck for first place. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, chopping down the gap by 2.4 seconds. Bean Streams just overtook someone to claim the lead. Gina Jones is closing in on second place. Amy is creeping up behind, eyeing that third spot. Billy is making a strong move with that fastest lap, but he's still in 5th. He might be eyeing a podium if he keeps this pace up. Amy just overtook someone to move into second place. Amy and Gina Jones are nose to tail for the lead. The tension is thick at the front. New for Life is racing a 2001 BMW M3E 46 GT. They're currently in the 13th position and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, almost a second slower than the leaders. Billy is driving a 1998 TV R-Speed 12 GTS, known for its raw power and speed. He's currently in 4th place, holding a solid position with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like he's making good use of that speed. Wow, Gina Jones just took the victory. Guess she's the one to beat now. Well done. Wow, Gina Jones really took the checkered flag with style. Congratulations on the win and the fastest lap. You've earned that 2004 Porsche Carrera GTR for sure. And a big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race, and to me for doing the most overtakes. Looks like we've all got some fancy cars waiting to be claimed. Who knew this race was more about winning cars than just crossing the finish line? If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2. It's got that classic rally legend vibe and a little bit more agility compared to the others. The Alfa Romeo 155T. IV6 sounds tempting, but I think the Mercedes might outlast everyone with its solid build, and that legendary Mercedes reliability. The Opel Calibra DTM and the Mercedes C180 DTM are both interesting choices, but I'd put my bets on the Mercedes 190 Evo 2 taking the win on the Golden Port circuit. Oh wow, we've got a classic versus a slightly newer model, huh? The 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2 is quite the legend with its sharp handling and iconic status, but the 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM might have a bit more horsepower under the hood. Honestly, given the track at Golden Port, I'd lean toward the Evo 2 just because of its legendary grip and agility, especially in tight corners. But hey, don't count out the DTM just yet. If it gets a good start, it might surprise us all. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Goldenport and Scott Dixon is starting on pole in a 1994 Mercedes 180 DTM. Looks like he's got the early lead, but with AA racing, anything can happen. Stay tuned. Right at the start, Scott Dixon is leading the pack. Maya is holding second place, trying to keep up. Pippi Langstrup is in third, already making some moves. Pippi Langstrup is climbing up to second place. Gina Jones and Sophie are nose to nose for fourth. Darry Gauss and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for eighth. Billy is driving a 1992 Citroën AX GTI. They're currently in 11th place, so not too far from the front, but they might want to pick up the pace if they want to make a move. Sophie is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2, which is holding steady in 4th place. Looks like they're keeping up with the front runners but haven't made a move yet. Amy is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM and is currently in 6th place. Looks like she's holding her position but not making much progress. Gina Jones is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM and is holding 5th place. Looks like she's staying steady but not making any bold moves yet. Tanga Ducky DTV is driving a 1991 Honda Civic SR2, a classic Group N car known for agility. They're currently in 12th place, so they're making moves but still have some ground to cover. Scott Dixon is leading the race in a 1994 Mercedes C180 TM. Looks like he's setting the pace with the fastest lap, and he's holding a comfortable lead at the moment. Raodev Zarolf is driving a 1997 Citroën ZX. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, stuck in 9th with no notable moves yet. Sophie is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190e Evo 2. They're currently in 4th place and have a fastest lap of 1:12.638. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Eude Wente is driving a 1985 Peugeot 205 Rally. They're currently in 16th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a solid effort, but still plenty of room to improve. Scott Dixon is leading in a 1994 Mercedes C180D TM. He's been quick, with the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like he's maintaining a solid pace at the front. Maya is currently in 3rd place with a Mercedes C180 DTM from 1994. Her fastest lap is a 1:12.457. She's holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders yet. The retro DTM cars are clearly faster, with the top 3 all from that class. The Group N cars are lagging behind, especially on this track. The track favors the more modern, agile cars in the retro DTM class. Gina Jones is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180D TM. She's currently in 5th place and has a fastest lap of 1 minute, 12 seconds, and 284 milliseconds. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the top 3. Inga McCringleberry is driving a 1990 Mercedes 190E Evo 2. They're currently in 8th place, just behind the top group, with a fastest lap of 1:12.596. Looks like they're holding their own but might need a little more pace to catch the leaders. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older Mercedes models, keeping the top positions close. The faster lap times from the Mercedes drivers suggest the track rewards handling and agility over raw power. Wow, Scott Dixon just took the win. Looks like he's got the magic touch again. Well done. Congratulations to Scott Dixon. What an incredible race he had. It's always exciting to see such skill and determination on the virtual track. Well done. Now, the drivers who can claim a car. Let's start with Maya. You snagged the fastest lap, so congratulations. You get to claim the 1994 Mercedes C180D TM. A true classic. Hippie Langstrom. You won the bet race, so you also get to claim a car. It's the 1990 Mercedes 190E Evo 2. Another vintage beauty. And Scott Dixon, you also did the most overtakes today. That's quite the achievement. You get to take the 1994 Mercedes C180D TM as well. Looks like today's race was packed with action and winners. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Alastaro Sprint long track. Did you know that this track is known for its tricky sharp turns and elevation changes? It's almost like the designers wanted to challenge every driver's skill and patience. It's the kind of track that keeps you on the edge of your seat, wondering if the cars will make it through in one piece or turn into a bit of a spectacle. So buckle up folks, because these AI racers are about to give us some serious entertainment. Alright, so Sovi's got that Ford Mustang, which is known for its raw power and aggressive handling. Perfect for a sprint like Alastaro. Scott Dixon's in a Chevrolet Camaro, which is also a beast, but maybe a tad more balanced. Honestly, I'd give the edge to Sovi just because Mustangs tend to excel in short, fast-paced races where power and quickness matter most. But don't count Scott out. Camaro is versatile and can surprise us here. It's going to be a close one. Stay tuned! Alright folks, The race kicks off at Alistaro Sprint Long Track with Pippi Langstrup on pole. She's behind the wheel of a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro, so let's see if she can hold on to that lead. Right at the start, Pippi Langstrup is leading the pack. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in second. And look at me, holding on in third place. Let's see if I can keep this momentum. Maya is now in second place, climbing one spot. Move for Life and Amy are still locked in a close duel for 6. Cap Holster is also making moves, moving up to 9. Scott Dixon is climbing to 3rd place. Move for Life is now in 6th. Stephen Brinkley has moved into 9th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a Volvo C30 and currently in 14th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise up front. Yama Priest is driving a 27 Alfa Romeo 156 GTA. They're currently in 12th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race for now. Zugsterkat and Schron are nose to tail for 15th place. Schron just gained a spot, inching closer to Zugsterkat. Zugsterkat is driving a 2008 Volvo C30 and is currently in the 16th place. Looks like they're stuck behind some traffic but still holding on. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is racing a Volvo C30. They're currently in 14th place, so it looks like a steady but not spectacular run so far. Sylvie is holding a solid 4th, but Scott Dixon is right behind in 3rd. Looks like Dixon might be eyeing that spot soon. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a Volvo C30 and currently in 14th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The track seems to favor the faster, more agile cars, like the Chevrolet Camaro with quick lap times, while the WTC cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to the track's demands on handling and acceleration. Selen Fox 213 just overtook someone to move into the top 13. Selen Fox 113 and Crystal 33 are nose to tail for 12th place. Cap Holster is driving a 2008 Lada 110S. They're currently in 10th place, a bit behind the WTC leaders. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Cap Holster is driving a 2008 Lada 110S and is currently in 10th place. Their fastest lap is just under 23 seconds, so they're holding steady but not making much noise. Amy just slipped into 6th place. No for Life and Amy are still neck and neck for 6th. Crystal 33 is climbing to 11th. New for Life is trying to hold off Amy for 6th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Move for Life. for 7th. Things are heating up behind the top 5. Gina Jones is climbing 2 spots and now sitting in 6th place. Looks like Gina and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 6th position. Ingle McCringleberry is driving a Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. He's currently in 4th place and has the 2nd fastest lap time among his class. So he's pushing hard but still behind the leaders. Superstar is driving a 2008 Volvo C30. They're currently in the 17th place and seem to be struggling with pace as their lap time is over a second slower than the leader. Ingle McCringleberry is driving a Chevrolet Camaro, starting 2nd and currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is 1:20.073. So they're holding a decent pace but still chasing the leaders. Connor Malady is driving a 28 Volvo 60 and is currently in the last position among WTC racers. Looks like their race might be a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap time in the group. Stephen Brinkley's Toyota Corolla is the slowest among the WTC cars, and he's currently in 9th place. Looks like a tough race for him so far. Wow, Pippi Langstrom just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to step aside for her. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Pippi Langstrom has taken the victory. Well done. That's quite the achievement. And fantastic news for Maya. Claiming that shiny 2021 Chevrolet Camaro for the fastest lap sounds like a sweet reward. Scott Dixon, congratulations on winning the bet race too. That Camaro is going to look good in either of your garages. Keep up the great racing, everyone. Fun fact about the F1 1950 racing cars is that they were some of the very first to have a chassis made from lightweight aluminum and magnesium. This was a big deal back then because it helped the cars go faster and handle better, but also made them pretty tricky to work on since those materials are so flammable. Imagine racing in a time when just about everything was a pioneering experiment. Alright everyone, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment. Don't let your chance slip away, those AI racers are waiting for your command. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1961 Ferrari 156 F1 is known for its agility and power, while the 1958 Ferrari 246 F1 has a bit of a vintage charm with perhaps slightly less grip. If I had to guess, the 1961 model might have a slight edge in speed and handling. But hey, who knows? Maybe the vintage charm of the 1958 Ferrari will surprise us all. Let's see how these sleek machines do on circuit Lebanon. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Circuit Lebanon. Gina Jones is starting in first place, driving a classic 1958 Lotus 12 in the F1 1950 Plastic Jug. Let's see if her vintage ride can hold off the newer contenders. Gina Jones is leading the race, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place. The Hyper 7 is holding on to third for now, but with this pace, anything can change. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to fifth place. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are locked in a close fight for sixth. Bacho Grande and Irashai are battling it out for 12th. Pippi Langstrom and the Hyper 7 are nose-to-nose for third place. Maya is climbing up to 8th. Jerk Plays is also on the move, now in 10th. Jerk Plays advances to 9th place. Lyra Shea climbs to 12th. Lyra Shea and Mafia Mavi are nose-to-nose for 11th. Lyra Shea and Mafia Mavi are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Sophie is making the move, climbing up to 14th. Amy and Sophie are nose-to-nose for 14th spot. Lirache is climbing up to 10th place. Lirache and Willow Shrub are nose-to-tail for that spot. Amy has gained 2 positions to reach 13. Amy and Mafia Mavi are fighting for 12th. Mai Chunk and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for 4th place. Bacho Grande just edged up to 13th and is now in a close fight with Amy. Mafia Mavi and Lyra Shea are neck and neck for 11th place. Bacho Grande and Mafia Mavi are also locked in a close fight for 12th. Willow Shrub is gaining on Jerk Plays, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Bacho Grande and Mafia Mavi are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Pippi Langstrom just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Bacho Grande is climbing up to 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is driving a 1958 Van Walfir VW5. They're holding 7th place, so they're not exactly making a move, but staying in the hunt. Scott Dixon is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Bacho Grande is also making a move on Lara Shai, inching closer with every lap. Scott Dixon has just taken the lead, moving up one spot to sit in first place. Maya and Hingle McCringleberry are still locked in a tight duel for 7th. Mafia Mavi is closing the gap on Bacho Grande, shrinking it by 1.2 seconds. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. New for Life is climbing up to 5th place. And look at Maya moving up to 7th, climbing one spot. The Lightning Thief is racing a 1957 Maserati 250 22FT. They're currently in the last few positions and seem to be struggling with pace, trailing quite a bit behind the leaders. Willow Shrub is closing in on Jerk Place fast, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Amy has climbed one spot to take 15th place. The Lightning Thief and Amy are nose to nose for 15th, so expect some fireworks soon. Gina Jones just took the lead, moving up one spot to sit in first place. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Scott Dixon, chopping down the gap by 1.1 seconds. New for Life and the Hyper 7 are locked in a tight battle for 4th place. No room for mistakes there. Scott Dixon is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. The Hyper 7 has moved up to 3rd place. Gina Jones and the Hyper 7 are nose to tail for 2nd, so expect some fireworks soon. Le Rache is climbing up to 10th place. Mafia Mavi is closing the gap on Bacho Grande, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Le Rache is really closing in on Jerk Place now. Bacho Grande has gained a spot, climbing to 11th. Sovi is also on the move, taking 13th. Mighty Chunk advances to 7th place. Lerche climbs to 9th. Willow Shrub and Bacho Grande are nose to nose for 11. Scott Dixon is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Jerk Place is climbing to 8th place. Bacho Grande is now in 9th. Willow Shrub is sneaking into 10th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Mighty Chunk is now in 6th place. Hingle, McCringleberry and Mighty Chunk are still battling for that 6th spot. Mafia Mavi has moved up to 13th place. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Guess he still got it. Wow. Scott Dixon really did it again. Congrats on the win and the fastest lap. You've earned yourself quite the prestigious ride with that 1955 Bugatti Type 251. Well deserved. And Maya, you crushed it with the most overtakes today. Your skill on the track was impressive. You get to claim the classic 1950 BR M Type 15 Top. Nice work, both of you. Sure thing. Did you know that the Rio de Janeiro Coast Loop reverse track features some of the most dramatic curves you'll ever see in an AI race? It's like the cars are trying to dance around the coastline without crashing into the water or each other. It's a real test of precision and control. And honestly, it looks pretty spectacular when the AI manages to pull it off without turning into a roller coaster. Alright everyone, you better make your picks quick. The clock is ticking and we don't want any last-minute chaos. Get those choices in before it's too late, or you might end up with a car you didn't want. Hey Amin-san. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI cars racing around. Sit back and enjoy the show. Oh, this is quite the mismatch, isn't it? Scott Dixon with that vintage Porsche has charm and a lot of history behind it. But let's be honest, it's probably not the fastest thing on the track today. Pippi Langstrumpf with the modern Hennessy Venom F5 is practically a rocket, built for speed and agility. My bet's on Pippi pulling ahead early and keeping that lead. Unless Dixon can work some vintage magic. But considering that track and those cars, I'd say Pippi's got this in the bag. Alright, everyone, it's the Rio de Janeiro Coast Loop Reverse and MooTube is on pole with their 2003 Audi TT. Let's see if it can hold on to that lead, or if the AI has other plans. MooTube has shot to the front, right out of the gate. Boofin in a teen is holding strong in second place. And Amy is sitting comfortably in third, probably planning her next move. Wolf's Light is charging through the field now in 12th place. New for Life is also making moves, climbing to 14. And Amy is still leading the pack, holding on to first with a bit of a gap. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing fast into 5th place. Ingo McCringleberry is making a move into 8th. New for Life is pushing into 11th. The race is heating up. Wrestling 567 is making a move, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Exoaces is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by nearly 10 seconds. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just gained a spot, now in 4th. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Ingo McCringleberry is in 6th place, also moving up 1 spot. Amin-san has gained 2 positions, and is now in 7th place. Wolf's Light is on a roll, climbing up to 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry is dropping like a stone, now in 15th. Aminzan is making a little progress, now in 5th. Wolf's Light is inching closer to Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Suchtakat is gaining on Wrestling 567, narrowing it down by 1.4 seconds. Exoasis is climbing up the ranks, moving into 15th place. Aminsan just overtook someone to take 4th place. Wolf's Light is climbing up to 6th, and Wolf for Life has moved into 8th. Looks like New for Life and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are neck and neck for 7th. Boone Init and Amy are nose to tail at the front. Pippi Langstrup and Eminson are fighting hard for 4th place. Wolf's Light is chipping away at Pippi Langstrup's lead, now only 2.3 seconds behind. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Wrestling 567, but still a good distance away. I am gaining on Alexa Snowbrain, closing the gap steadily. Amin San is inching closer to Gina Jones, but not quite there yet. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Scott Dixon and closing the gap by 7 seconds. Mai is catching up to Alex Hasnobray and closing the gap by 12 seconds. Gina Jones is inching closer to Boofa 19, reducing the gap by just under 2 seconds. Maya is gaining fast on Alex Hasnobrain, closing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Amin San is inching closer to Gina Jones, just over a second behind now. Move for Life and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. Maya is closing in on Alex Hasnobrain fast, the gap shrinking by 14.7 seconds. Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing up to 6th place. New for Life is also moving up to 7th place. Maya is rapidly catching Alex Hasnobrain, closing the gap by 9 seconds. Buffin has just claimed the top spot. Amin San is gaining on Gina Jones, narrowing the distance by 2 seconds. Wolf's Light is gaining on Aminsan, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. No for Life is closing in on Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Zookstercut, narrowing the gap to around 1.5 seconds. Wow! Buffin 19 just took the victory. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Well done. Wow! Buffin in 18th, congratulations on winning the race. You drove like a true champion. Well-deserved victory. And hey, Scott Dixon, you're the fastest of the bet racers. You get to claim that gorgeous 1983 Porsche 911 SC. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Sure. Did you know that the Circuit de Pau vintage track is famous for its tight and twisty streets that make it feel more like a city street than a traditional raceway? It's like navigating through a giant, adrenaline-fueled maze. No wonder vintage cars look like they're on a roller coaster rather than a racetrack. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your pick before it's too late, or you might end up with a car that's more cruise control than race car. Hurry up! Alright, this is quite the interesting matchup. Gina Jones is behind the wheel of a 1990 Mercedes-Benz C11 Dart. That car is known for its impressive aerodynamics and reliability, especially for a racing car from that era. On the other hand, Sophie's racing a 1991 Chevrolet Intrepid RM1, which is a bit of a wild card with its unique design and power. Given the vintage circuit style of Pau, the car's handling and agility might matter more than pure speed. The Mercedes-Benz C11 is likely to excel in technical corners thanks to its design, giving Gina a slight edge. Sophie's Chevrolet might be a tad less nimble, but could make up for it with raw power. My bet is on Gina taking the win, but don't count Sophie out just yet. That Chevrolet has a surprise or two up its sleeve, especially on a tricky track like this. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Circuit de Pau Vintage in Amiens in a classic 1989. So the C9 is starting on pole. Looks like we're in for some vintage speed today. Amiens has taken the lead right out of the gate. Its Bumblebee is holding strong in second place. Pippi Langström is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Maya is holding steady in seventh place. Shattered Pixel just overtook someone to move into 8th. Scott Dixon is creeping closer in 9th. Amy's climbing up, but still a few spots ahead. Amy is now in 5th place. Brogsworth has moved into 6th. Scott Dixon has climbed into 8th. Looks like everyone's playing the game of musical chairs. Senor Flip-Flopone 12020 just made a bold move and is now in 10th place. The Critica leg is right behind, climbing 1 spot to 9th. Things are heating up. Pippi Langström is driving the 1988 Toyota 88C Fite, a classic Group C racer known for its balance and agility. They are currently in third place, holding steady and staying close to the leaders. Looks like they're keeping the pace without any major drama so far. Sylvie is on the move, climbing up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on its Bumblebee, shrinking the gap by a solid 1.2 seconds. Reinecke is driving a 1991 Chevrolet Intrepid RM1. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like a solid race so far. Shattered Pixel is closing in on Reinecke, cutting the gap by 17.1 seconds. Senor Flip-Flop Pony 100 and 2020 has moved up 1 spot into 12th place. Hingle McCringleberry is sneaking up to 12th place. Lil Sprout is climbing to 16th place. Looks like some steady progress. The Critical Egg is driving a 1984 Porsche 962 Shoe Short Tail. Looks like they're currently in 10th place with no recorded lap time, so their race might be a bit of a mystery. Shattered Pixel is in 9th place with a Mercedes-Benz C11. Looks like they're stuck in the back, probably just cruising for now. Maya is now right behind Shattered Pixel, just a car length away. Looks like an overtake might be brewing. Gina Jones is gaining on Sylvie quickly, less than 3 seconds now. Frogworth is gaining on Amy fast enough to make her sweat. Maya just sneaked into 8th place, climbing the ranks. Scott Dixon is not far behind, moving up 2 spots to 9th. The Critical Egg is climbing to 10th place. Hingle McCringleberry is now 11. Sylvie is knocking on the door of the top 10 and 12. The Group C cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the vintage track favors the more agile and well-handling models, like the Sauber and Jaguar. The slower cars are struggling to keep up, and the tight corners are making overtakes tricky. Sophie is driving a 1991 Chevrolet Intrepid RM12. Their race looks steady with a decent position, but the lap time suggests they're not pushing for top speed today. Shattered Pixel is gaining fast on Senor Flip-Flopone 102,020, closing the gap by over 10 seconds. Gina Jones is not far behind, cutting into Shattered Pixel's lead by 2 seconds. Wow, Amin-san just won the race. Looks like they're really good at this racing thing. Congratulations. Wow, Amin-san took the race. Congratulations! That was an impressive drive, really showing everyone how it's done. Hey! And hey, Sovi, you nailed the bet race. You can now claim the classic 1991 Chevrolet Intrepid RM1. Nice choice, it's a real collector's gem. Looks like our racing rules are working perfectly, letting everyone get their shot at some shiny new wheels. Hey everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up. Don't miss your chance to see which AI vehicle will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Alright, this is a classic showdown between old school charm and speed. Zap Brannigan's got that tiny Cooper T77, which is more about nimbleness and agility. It might be able to weave through traffic like a little whirlwind. On the other hand, Pippi Langstrumpf is behind a 1965 Ferrari 1512, which probably has more raw power and a sleek design that could give it an edge in straight-line speed. If the race turns into a precision dance and tight corners matter most, I might lean towards Zap Brannigan for that quick little Cooper. But if the Ferrari can stretch its legs on the straights, Pippi has a good shot at taking the victory. It's going to be a fun battle of agility versus power. Let's see which classic car wins today. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Tsukuba track, and leading the pack is the F1 1960. Class car No for Life is on pole, piloting a classic 1965 BRM P61. Let's see if history can hold up against the AI racers today. Zap Brannigan has shot off the line to take the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is holding strong in second place. No for Life is sitting comfortably in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. No for Life just overtook someone to take second place. Maya and Sovi are nose to nose for sixth. Gina Jones is closing in on the top 10. Dr. Keeps Appleway is driving a 1961 Cooper T55 Dottie. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not making much progress. Dr. Keeps Appleway is now in 7th place, closing the gap with Maya. The battle for 7th is heating up. Maya is holding firm but not for long. Amy is climbing to 10th, making moves in the midfield. Scott Dixon is climbing to 9th place. Tugonnet DTV is now in 13th. Tugonnet DTV and Bacorn are nose to nose for 12. Pippi Langstrom's Ferrari 1512 is in 6th place. Looks like she's holding her position pretty steady, not making any big moves yet. Scott Dixon is in 8th place driving a Lotus 25 from 1962. His car is known for its lightweight design and agile handling. Looks like he's holding steady but hasn't made any moves yet. Move for life. Just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Amy and Gina Jones are still nose to nose for 10th. Brogsworth is inching up to 14th. Tugonnet DTV is climbing up to 12th place. Bacon and Tugonnet TTV are still neck and neck for that spot. Nyarlathotep 988 is also making a move up to 14th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 8th place. Brogsworth is also making progress, now in 14th. Hingley Kringleberry is driving a Lotus 33 from 1965. He's currently in 3rd place and has the 3rd fastest lap of the race. Looks like he's making some moves, but still a bit behind the leaders. New for life just overtook Zaprandigan for the lead. They're neck and neck now. Dr. Keep Sapley Way and Sylvie are battling hard for 6th place. Looks like a close one. Tugonnet DTV just overtook someone to move into 11th place. Amy and Tugonnet DTV are nose to nose for 11th. Brogsworth and Bacon are swapping positions in a close fight for 13th. Dr. Keep Sapley is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now in 12th. Amy and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 10th. Dr. Keep Sapley and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for 5th place. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 10th. Hingley Kringleberry is racing a Lotus 33 from 1965. They're currently in 3rd place and have the 3rd fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're making a solid push. The F1 1960 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the Tsukuba track favors lighter, agile cars like the Lotus and Cooper. The top drivers are mostly sticking close, but the slower lap times from some of the older models show the track's demanding nature. Dr. Keep Sapley is now 5th place. Amy has moved into 9th. Brogsworth is climbing to 14th. Brogsworth and Bacon are nose to nose for 13th. Wow, look at that! Nouveau Life just took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Wow, New for Life just took the win. Great job out there. Really showing those other cars who's boss. Can't wait to see if they can keep up that streak in the next race. Well done. The 2013 Holden Commodore VF is pretty famous for its sleek design and sporty feel. But here's a fun fact. It was the last of the Australian-made Commodores, before the model was discontinued in 2017. So, in a way, it's like the swan song of Australian muscle cars, leaving a legacy of style and performance behind. Alright, we've got Zookster Cat in a 2013, Nissan Altima and JC Productions in a 27, Holden Commodore VE. Honestly, neither of these are typical race cars, so this is more about watching how creative the AI is with these unlikely contenders. The Nissan Altima might surprise us with its balanced handling, but the Holden Commodore VE has that raw Aussie muscle, which could give it an edge on the Big Willow. I'd say it's a close call, but if I had to bet my virtual house, I'd lean towards the Holden just because of that extra torque and straight line potential. Let's see if the AI proves me wrong, or if it's a case of unexpected underdog dominance today. Alright folks, the race is roaring to life at Willow Springs, Big Willow. Sovi in the leading spot, driving a 2019 Ford Mustang, is setting the pace. Let's see if he can hold that pole or if someone's got other plans. Dovi has shot off the line to take the lead. That Salty Serena is holding second place, trying to keep up. And right behind her, Amy is in third, already making moves. That Salty Serena is holding on to second place, but Amy is right behind her. Telescopebeam and Pippi Langstrom are still neck and neck for fifth. Tyler Drums 31 and Telescopebeam are battling for sixth. Looks like a close one. Amy just overtook someone to take second place. Tyler Drums 31 is climbing up to sixth. Pippi Langstrom and Tyler are nose to nose for fifth. That's Salty Serena and Amy are nose to tail for second place. Relaxed View just snuck into the top 20, climbing one spot to 18. Rumi Fist 13 and Imus Gordon are locked in a close fight for 20th. Your Instinct is holding off some bored Bowie for 10th place. Hingo Nick Kringleberry is trying to shake off Your Instinct for 11th. Zookster Cat and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 13. Hingo McCringleberry is really having a rough time, dropping 11 places to 23rd. Scott Dixon is climbing steadily up to 12th place. Sukstakat is also making progress, moving up to 13th. GC Productions just overtook someone to take the 14th place. Gina Jones is climbing up to 20th. Gina Jones and Imus Gordon are locked in a close fight for 19th. Romeo Fist 13 is on a tear, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Zovi and Rummy Fizz 13 on nose to tail for the top spot. Relax View and Thavats 84 are locked in a close fight for 17th place. Zovi is now in first place and pulling ahead. Amy is closing in on her now in second. Tatsulti Serena is climbing up to third, but the gap is still tight. Relaxed View and Maya are nose to tail for 17th place. Balsamic Vint 183 just gained one spot and is now in 19th. Maya is closing in on the racer ahead, looking for a way through. Ifits 84 is holding strong in that tight fight for 16th. Imus Gordon just slipped into the top 20, inching closer to the pack. The track's tight corners and high-speed straights are favoring the faster, more agile cars. The top drivers are capitalizing on quick lap times, but the long straight might shake things up with overtakes. Nomvu for Life is now in third place, closing in on the leaders. Tyler Drums 31 has moved up to fifth place. Pippi Langstrom and Tyler Drums 31 are nose to nose for fifth spot. Looks like a tight squeeze. Imus Gordon is storming through the field, now in first place after overtaking 18 cars. Sovi and Imus Gordon are nose to nose for the top spot. TPPA is climbing steadily, moving up one position to 7th. TPKPA and Tyler Drums 31 are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Wow, Sovi just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congrats on the win! Wow, Sovi really showed us how it's done. Congrats on the win, you drove like a true champion. And special shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for smashing that fastest lap. You earned yourself a 2013 Nissan Altima. Perfect for some V8 supercars action. Gina Jones, you're the queen of overtakes today. You can claim the 2015 Ford Falcon FGAX. Well done to both of you for making this race even more exciting. Alright folks, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make that decision or forever hold your peace. Don't let your favorite slip away just because you hesitated. Alright, so we've got Pippi Langstrom in a Wolf Williams FW5 and Hingle McCringleberry in a Ligier JS5, both from 1976. Now, that UE5 is known for its sleek design and being a bit of a speed demon back in its day. The Ligier, while charming and classic, might not have the same outright speed, but could be more maneuverable. Considering the track is Okayama GP, which favors a balanced mix of speed and technical corners, I'd say Pippi's car might have the edge on acceleration and top speed. But Hingle's Ligier could surprise us with clever handling around tight bends. If I had to place my bet, I'd lean towards Pippi in the Wolf Williams, because her car's straight-line speed might be a game-changer here. But don't count Hingle out just yet, there's always that charm of the underdog. Alright folks, the race is underway at Okayama GP. Yakiramen is starting strong on pole, behind the wheel of a classic 1976 Brabham BT45. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold up against the competition. Yakiramen has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Soviet is holding strong in second place, while Bubute is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Bato Grandest overtook someone to take third place. Looks like the battle between Bobote and Bacho Grande is heating up for that third spot. Beats with Kev and I are locked in a close fight for fifth. Who is going to blink first? Maya and Bubute are nose to tail for fourth place. Nexaromaval is climbing up to seventh. Nexaromaval and Beats with Kev are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Maya and Bubute are neck and neck for fourth place. Nexaromaval and Beats with Kev are also battling hard for sixth. Amy just made a big move to 21st. Maya is now in fourth place, climbing up one spot. Nexaromaval and Beats with Kev are still neck and neck fighting for sixth. Willow Shrub has gained one position and is now in 15th. Nexaromaval is climbing fast to fifth place. Pippi Langstrom and Beats with Kev are nose to nose for seventh. Toadette TV and Dev Factor are locked in a close fight for 11th. Pippi Langstrom is climbing up to 7th place. Beats with Kev and Pippi are nose to nose for 7th. Toadette TV and Defactor are locked in a close fight for 11th. Deluxe Combo is racing a Brabham B245, which is known for its lightweight design and decent aerodynamics. Looks like their race is pretty steady, sitting in 13th, not making any big moves but staying in the mix. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 8th place. The race for 7th is heating up between Hingle McCringleberry and Beats with Cab. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Beats with Kev is right behind him, both battling for that 7th spot. Toadette TV and Defactor are locked in a close fight for 11. Beats with Kev is climbing up to 7th place. Toadette TV is now in 11th. Move for Life and Deluxe Combo are locked in a close fight for 13. New Life just overtook someone to climb to 13th place. Cheese and Dash Hour and Willow Shrub are nose to nose for 15. The Unclear Show is inching up to 18. Cheese and Dash Hour is climbing up to 15th place. The Unclear Show and Stabigale Killums are nose to nose for 17. Amy is sneaking into 19. Hingle is just ahead, but only by a hair, and Pippi is closing in fast. Looks like a tight finish coming up. Hingle McCringleberry and Beats with Kev are nose to nose for 7th place. Stabigale Killums just gained a spot and is now in 16. Stabigale Killums and Cheese and Dash Hour are locked in a close fight for 15. Hingle McCringleberry and Beats with Kev are nose to tail for 7th place. Pippi Langstrom and Hingle McCringleberry are also locked in a close fight for 8th. Willow Shrub and The Unclear Show are battling hard for 17. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 7th place. Toadette TV is also advancing and now sits in 10th. Pace C, ARR and Toadette TV are nose to nose for 10th place. The Unclear Show is driving a Tyrrell 07 which is known for its sleek design and good handling. They're currently in 20th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like a steady, but not spectacular race so far. Defactor and Pace CAR are nose to tail for 11th place. Amy just gained one spot, now in 18th. Scott Dixon also climbing, now in 21st. Defactor and Pace CARR are nose to tail for 11th place. The Unclear Show just gained a spot to move into 18th. Amy and The Unclear Show are fighting for 18th. Wow, Yaki Ramen took the top spot. Looks like all those noodles paid off. Congrats on the win. Wow, Yakiraman took the checkered flag. Big congrats to them for an impressive win. They really showed off some serious speed today. And great job to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the bet race. You're now the proud owner of that vintage 1976 Ligia JS5. That's a classic addition to any collection. Meanwhile, Amy, you crushed it with the most overtakes today. Your skills on the track are truly something to behold. You get to claim the 1976 McLaren M26 Totten. Nice work out there. Who's ready to see what these classic cars can do next? Alright, so we've got Amy making her debut this month in Condon. The mysterious unknown. If it were me, I'd say Amy might be a bit of an underdog here, especially since it's her first race this month. But hey, surprises happen all the time. Condon might be an unknown quantity, but sometimes that adds a little spice to the race, right? Honestly, I'd lean towards Amy just because first races can sometimes give a little extra motivation. But don't count Condon out just yet. It's Talladega, after all. Anything can happen when the cars start flying. Let's see who can handle the superspeedway better today. Hey Justin Arrow, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready to see some epic AI car racing action. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Talladega Superspeedway, and Wrestling 567 is on pole, driving a 2014 Dallara IL-15. Looks like the Indy Lights class is ready to shake things up. Sovi has taken an early lead, with Wrestling 567 right behind in second place. Bufina 19 is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Gina Jones is tearing through the field, now in first place after passing 17 cars. Justin Nero is not far behind, climbing up to second after overtaking 15 died. A better bloke is making a strong move, also passing 17 cars to sit in third. The top three are really shaking things up. Sovi is storming ahead, now in first place after overtaking 16 cars. Wrestling 567 is closing in fast, now in second after passing 18 cars. Hingle McCringleberry is also on the move, now in third after overtaking 20 cars. Wrestling 567 just overtook Sovi and is now in the lead. Sovi is trying to fight back, but Wrestling 567 is holding firm. Evolution 9, 154 and Balsamic Vint 2 and 83 are nose-to-nose for 5th place. No clear winner yet. Sovi just overtook to take the lead. Wrestling 567 and Sovi are nose-to-nose for first place. Buffy 19 is climbing up to third. Wrestling 567 and Buffy 19 are battling hard for second. Wrestling 567 and so we are neck and neck for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry and Bufina 19 are trading paint for third. Evolution 954 is climbing up to fifth. Evolution and 54 and Hingle McCringleberry are fighting hard for fourth. Wrestling 567 just overtook and is now in first place. Sovi and Wrestling 567 are still neck and neck for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry and Bufina 19 are battling hard for third place. Sovi just overtook and is now in first place. Wrestling 567 and Sovi are nose to nose for the lead. Bufina 19 and Wrestling 567 are also neck and neck for second. Wrestling 567 just overtook and now leads the race. Sovi is right behind him trying to reclaim the top spot. Bufina 19 and Sovi are nose to tail for second place. No room for mistakes. Sovi just overtook the previous leader and now claims the top spot. Wrestling 567 is not giving up easily, staying close behind. Hingle McCringleberry and Bufina 19 are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Wrestling 567 is holding on to the lead with Wrestling 567 and Sovi nose to nose for first place. Bufina 19 and Wrestling 567 are battling hard for second place. Hingle McCringleberry and Bufina 19 are locked in a close fight for third. Wrestling 567 just overtook and is now in first place. Sovi and Wrestling 567 are still nose to nose for the lead. Bufina 19 and Sovi are battling hard for second place. Wow, congratulations to Wrestling 567 on winning the race. Looks like they've claimed bragging rights today. And a big shout out to Amy, who took the bet race and can now proudly claim the 2014 Dallara IL-15 from Indy Lights. Nice work! New for Life also deserves some applause for making the most overtakes. They too can take home the same shiny prize. Well done to all the drivers for giving us an entertaining race. Alright everyone, time is ticking away. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the moment. Don't miss out on the chance to influence the race. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Hey, Aussie Wolf Gaming Goni 1899. Welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you return for some high-speed action. Get ready for some epic AI racing chaos? Oh wow. This is a wild matchup. Scott Dixon, in a 1972 Maserati Bora Competizione. Huh? That's a classic Italian beauty with some serious style. But racing on dirt? That might be a challenge for such a sleek vintage supercar. Then we've got Amy behind the wheel of a 1979 BMW M1 Pro car. Dotty Dart. It's got a motorsport pedigree and might be a little more adaptable on a dirt track, but it's still a vintage machine. Honestly, I'd say that the BMW might have a slight edge because it's a bit more versatile and possibly better suited for the dirt track chaos. But then again, the Maserati's raw power could surprise us if it gets the grip right. So, I'm leaning towards Amy and the BMW for a sneaky win. But don't be shocked if Scott's Maserati throws us a curveball. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Bristol's dirt track. Pippi Langstrump is starting on pole in a classic 1965 Shelby Daytona. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the modern rivals. Alex Hasnabrain has taken an early lead. Super Siggy is right behind in second place. And Captain Canadian is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Brando Booster and Captain Canadian are nose to tail for third place. Rex Nasser is climbing fast, now in fifth after gaining 2 spots. Clearly Gaming is making a move, up 1 to 8. Clearly Gaming and Chateau de Doroca 39 are locked in a close fight for 7th. Hingle McCringleberry is making a statement leading the race now. Pippi Langstrump is hot on the heels in second. Lemon Cult Games is not far behind in third. The top 3 are really shaking things up. Papa Ketsi is making a move, climbing up to 25. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry. Fast, cutting the gap by over a second. Looks like Pippi Langstrump and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Maya has just overtaken the driver in third place, now sitting in fourth. Lemon Cult Games and Maya are nose to tail fighting for third position. Dovey has gained 1 spot and is now in sixth. Sylvie and Gina Jones are battling hard for fifth place. Pippi Langstrump is gaining ground on Hingle McCringleberry and closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for the top spot. Meanwhile, Maya is climbing up to third place, making a solid move. Gina Jones and I are neck and neck for third place. Lemon Cult Games is sneaking closer, chopping down the gap by over a second. Nuruwa Life and King Malcolm X are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Gina Jones is sneaking into third place. Sylvie is closing the gap on Lemon Cult Games, shaving off 3 seconds. King Malcolm X is climbing up to 7th. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up to 4th place. King Malcolm X is closing the gap on Sylvie by 2.5 seconds. They are now battling closely for 6th place. King Malcolm X is climbing fast, now in 5th place. Maya and Malcolm are nose to tail for that spot. New for Life and Aussie Wolf Gamingon to 1899 are fighting hard for 10th. Hippie Langstrom is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 5th place. Scott Dixon is also moving up to 7th. Dixon and King Malcolm X are locked in a tight battle for 6th place. King Malcolm X just overtook someone to take the 5th place. Scott Dixon also gained a spot and is now 6th. Maya and Scott Dixon are still nose to nose for 6th place. No clear winner yet. Lemon Cult Games is climbing to 3rd place. Maya is now in 6th. Slow Place Vive has moved into 7th. The race is heating up. Swell Place DV is climbing to 6th place. New for Life is inching up to 9th. New for Life and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 8th. New for Life is climbing up to 8th place. Scott Dixon and One New Life are nose to tail for that spot. Aussie Wolf Gamingonen 1899 is sneaking into 10th. Hippie Langstrom is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Gina Jones has climbed 1 spot into 3rd place. King Malcolm X and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose for 4th. Lemon Cult Games is climbing up to 3rd place. Swell Place D is also moving up to 5th. King Malcolm X and Slow Place TV are neck and neck for the 5th spot. Swell Placed V and Gina Jones are nose to tail for 4th place. Scott Dixon just gained a spot and is now in 6th. King Malcolm X and Scott Dixon are locked in a close fight for 6th. Swell Placed V is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Scott Dixon is inching up to 5th. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for that 5th spot. Looks like a tight squeeze. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch on that dirt track. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Hingle McCringleberry takes the checkered flag. Nice job out there, you really drove that to win. Definitely a well-deserved victory. And congratulations to Sophie for snagging the fastest lap. That 1967 Mercury Cougar, Group 4, is yours to claim now. I hope you like it because that's a classic ride. Scott Dixon, you also did a great job winning the bet race. Your prize is a 1972 Maserati Borea Competizione, Group 4. That's a pretty sweet car to add to your collection. Thanks to everyone for racing today. Can't wait to see who wins next time. Alright everyone, you better choose your favorite car now before the time runs out. Don't say I didn't warn you when the best car gets snatched away. Ooh, that's a classic showdown. The Porsche RS Spyder Evo from 28 is known for its sharp handling and quick acceleration, especially on a track like Road America. It's like that sneaky little beast that surprises everyone with its agility. On the other hand, the 1999 BMW V12 LM has that legendary V12 engine and a strong racing pedigree. It's more of a powerhouse, but sometimes those older models can be a bit less nimble compared to newer tech. Honestly, I'd lean towards the Porsche just because of its modern design and lightweight build. But don't count out the BMW. It's got the raw muscle and that vintage charm that could surprise us all. Who do you think will take the checkered flag? Alright everyone, Hingle McCringleberry is already taking the lead on pole in that vintage 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960. Looks like speed really does age like fine wine. Hingle McCringleberry has taken an early lead, with Wild Cavagnone right behind in second. No Full Life is holding on to third for now. Looks like a close battle already. Wild Cavagnone and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for the lead. Joey Pastrami just gained one spot and is now in fourth place. Pippi Langstrup and Joey Pastrami are battling hard for fourth position. No for Life is now in second place. Joey Pastrami is closing the gap on Wild Cavagnone, making the fight for third more interesting. Amy just overtook Pippi Langstrup for 7th place. Shots Fired is climbing to 10th. The battle for 7th is heating up with Amy and Pippi Langstrup still neck and neck. Pippi Langstrup and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Shots Fired just gained one spot and is now 9th. I and Shots Fired are also battling for 9th. So this race is heating up. Shots Fired just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Maya and Pippi Langstrup are nose to tail for 9th. Papa Casey and Maya are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Shots Fired and Amy are nose to tail for 7th place. Maya and Pippi Langstrup are locked in a close fight for 9th. Schmerzenlieb is gaining ground, climbing one spot to 14th. Sophie and Joy Pastrami are locked in a tight fight for 4th place. Shots Fired is making a move, climbing up to 7th. And Maya is inching forward, now in 10th. Zoe is climbing up to 4th place. Joey Pastrami and Sophie are nose to nose for that spot. Kinshu 22 is making a move to 11th. Joey Pastrami and Sophie are neck and neck for 4th place. Scott Dixon just climbed one spot to 12th. Ailing Nero. Aussie Wolf Gaminjix 1017 is closing in on 5 and 0 guy, chipping away at the gap by 1.2 seconds. Shots Fired is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by a second and a half. Youngdansa Stortwoo 102 has moved up one spot to take 18th place. Youngdan Stortwoo on 2 and Aussie Wolf Gaminjix 1017 are nose to nose for 17th place. Kinju 22 just moved up one spot to take the 10th place. Evenserogai and Ksteflex are nose to nose for 15th. Cobber and Tangaducky TTV are neck and neck for 19th. Novalife is gaining on Hingle McCringle very quickly, closing the gap by another 1.4 seconds. King Chu 22 and Maya are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place, no room for mistakes. Schmerzenlev is climbing up to 13th, making moves through the field. Scott Dixon is climbing to 11th place. Dixon and King Chu 22 are nose to nose for 10th. Aussie Gaminjix is advancing to 16th. Shots Fired is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by a second and a bit. Cover is climbing up to 8th place. Theon Clay Show is sneaking into 21st. And it looks like Theon Clay Show and Tangaducky TTV are locked in a tight fight for the 20th spot. King Chu 22 and Maya are nose to nose for 9th place. 5 seconds behind. Vivenserogai is closing the gap on Pippi Langstrom by nearly 2 seconds. James Mayo is climbing 2 spots to 27th. Wow! Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. wow, Hingle McCringleberry really pulled out all the stops and took the win. Congratulations, Hingle! Looks like all that AI racing practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the Circuito Sagalis's track is famous for its twisty layout? That seems to challenge even the most skilled AI drivers. It's like the track is playing a game of how many sharp turns can I pack into 1 mile. It definitely keeps everyone on their toes. Well, wheels in this case. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Well, this is quite the classic showdown. Mayas, driving a 1959 Maserati 3500 GT, which is known for its elegant design and decent power, but it's a grand tourer after all. Hingle McCringleberry has the Triumph TR3B, which is lightweight and nimble, perfect for darting through tight corners. Given the circuit's twists and turns, I'd say Hingle might have the edge with that lighter, more agile car. But Maya's Maserati has some serious style and a bit more straight line speed, so it's anyone's race. I'd put my bet on the Triumph to squeeze out a win, but don't count out that Maserati giving us a surprise. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Circuito Sagalices. Leading the pack is Carl Metwee in a classic 1954 Jaguar XK120. Looks like the vintage charm might give it a head start, but we'll see if the speed matches the style. Carl Metwee has taken the lead right out of the gate. Sophie is holding strong in second place. Gina Jones is currently in third, trying to keep up. Nestek is climbing fast and now in fourth place. Amundsen and Nestek are nose to nose for that spot. Imlis Gordon is also making moves, now in sixth place. Amundsen just moved up one spot to take the fourth place. Amundsen and Gina Jones are nose to nose for third. Nendai and Amundsen are also battling hard for that fourth spot. Aminsan just sneaked into third place. Mestek is right behind, trying to reclaim Fowler. Gina Jones and Mestek are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for the top of the mid-pack. Gina Jones is climbing to 4th place. Amy is now 7th. Mishaman has moved into 8th. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. Beatsfoot Cave is driving a 1967 Tatra 2 603.in. They're currently in 15th place, just ahead of Trash Crashton but behind Hingle McCringleberry. Looks like a steady climb or a slow crawl depending on how you see it. Nasdaq is climbing up to 4th place. Amy is closing in on Imus Gordon, cutting the gap by over a second. New for Life and Mission Man are nose to nose for 8th place. New for Life just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Maya is climbing up to 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Normal Life is gaining on Miss Gordon, closing the gap by over a second. Imus Gordon is driving a 1959 Maserati 3500 GT and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Imus Gordon just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Amy and Imus Gordon are nose to nose for that position. Hippie Lundstrom is chipping away at Mission Man's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Imus Gordon is climbing to 5th place. Amy is also moving up to 6th. Gina Jones and Amy are nose to nose for 6th place. Maya is now just a second behind Mission Man. Looks like the chase is heating up. Trash Crashton has climbed to 13, inching closer to the top 10. Hingle McCringleberry is now in 14th, making a move up the grid. Vintage street cars are holding the top spots with some variety and speed. The slower cars seem to struggle with consistency, especially those in the 1967 Tatra. The track's tight corners probably favor the more agile and classic models. Wooful Life just overtook someone to take 7th place. Hippie Lundstrom is gaining on Gina Jones fast, closing the gap by over 3 seconds. Maya is creeping up on Mission Man, chipping away at the lead by a little over a second. New for Life is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 2.43 seconds. Maya has moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Trash Crashton is narrowing the distance to VD39 by 1.9 seconds. Wow, Colmet, we really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the one to beat now. Well done. Wow, Colmetwi. Congratulations on winning the race. You really drove that car like you owned the road. Well done. And a big shout out to Maya for winning the bet race. You earned yourself a stunning vintage Maserati. And Pippi Langstrumpf, your skill in overtaking was impressive enough to snag the same classic ride. Looks like vintage beauties are the hot prize today. Sure. Did you know the 24 Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 was built for racing but also made quite the impression on the streets? It's basically a supercharged version of the luxury supercar with racing modifications, giving it that perfect mix of speed and style. It's like taking a fancy car to a race because, why not? Hey everyone, the clock's ticking down, so make sure you pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't miss out on the chance to see your top choice race in this wild AI showdown. Get those selections in now. Oh, this is quite the vintage showdown. Scott Dixon in a 2004 Cadillac CT-SV is definitely bringing some American muscle to the track, but it's a bit of a clunker compared to the other car. Strutting Jarl driving a 26 Panos Esperante GT-LM Evo. Sounds like he's got a more sporty and agile ride under him. Given the track's twists and turns at Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez Vintage, I'd say the Panos might have the edge in handling and speed. But hey, it's all about how well the AI programs these days can push the cars to their limits. My bet is on Strutting Jarl and his Panos to cross the finish line first. But who knows? Maybe Dixon's Cadillac will surprise us with some vintage American brute strength. Alright everyone, the race has kicked off at the Autodromo Hermanos Rodriguez vintage track. Gina Jones is leading the pack from pole position in a classic 27 Ferrari F430 GT. Let's see if she can hold on to that front spot. Gina Jones has shot off the line to take the lead. Pippi Langstrumpf is holding strong in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Pippi Langstrumpf has just overtaken someone to take the lead. Gina Jones and Pippi are nose-to-nose for first place. Aussie Wolfgang 2017 and Amy are locked in a close fight for third. Sophie is climbing to fourth place. Strutting Jarl is gaining ground to take fifth. New for Life and Strutting Jarl are nose to tail in that fight for fifth. New for Life is climbing to fifth place. Maya is making her way to 9. Akanone is pushing into 13. The race is heating up. New for Life is gaining on Sophie fast, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry has climbed one spot to sit in 6th. Nzay Starks is also on the move, moving up one spot to 11. Ixijax is gaining on Akanone, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Pronquity is also on the move, closing in on Max Byerly by 1.5 seconds. Gina Jones is leading the race in a 2007 Ferrari F430 GT. She started in the first position and looks to be holding her lead comfortably so far. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to tail for the lead. Lady Gami and Mizero Starks are locked in a close fight for 11th. Strutting Jarl is climbing up to 6th place. Maya is inching closer to 8th place. Aussie Wolfgang 2017 and Maya are locked in a close fight for 8th. Aussie Wolfgang 2017 and Maya are nose to tail for 8th place. Lady Gami and Nazirab Starks are locked in a close fight for 11. Juspen Chakis is climbing up one spot to 19. Juspen Chakis and Max Byerly are battling for 18th, keeping it interesting. Strutting Jarl is gaining on New for Life and closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Nero Starks is catching up to Scott Dixon and looks ready to make a move. Nyale Totep 98 is closing in on Franquity and might be looking for an overtake soon. Move for Life and Sophie are neck and neck for 4th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 9th. Looks like he's on a mission. Hingle McCringleberry is on a mission, climbing 4 spots to 3rd place. Amy's having a rough patch, dropping 7 positions to 10th. Sophie is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry, shaving off 3.7 seconds. The two are now nose to tail for 3rd, so expect some fireworks soon. Nedzirop Starks is charging hard, closing in on Platigami with a 19.4 second gap. Platigami is climbing up to 10th place, making moves. Amy is dropping like a stone, now 11 places behind. Akanon and Nerob Starks are nose to tail for 11th place. Due Smokey a Blunt just sneaked into 14th, climbing one spot. Hingo McCringleberry is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. New for Life is climbing up to 4th place. Sophie and New for Life are in a tight fight for 4th place. Akinon is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 6 cars. Smurf20 is making a strong push, passing 8 cars to reach 7. Ixijax is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to settle into 10th. Wow, Pippi Langstrom, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like your adventurous spirit paid off on the track. Well done! Wow! Congratulations to Pippi Langstrom. That was an amazing race performance. You really drove your way to the top and earned that victory. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Hingo McCringleberry, you got the fastest lap. That's impressive. You can now claim the 22 Morgan Aero 8 GT2. Well done to both of you. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Berlin E-Prix circuit, I'd probably lean towards the 1973 Porsche 911 RS. It's lightweight, has a reputation for agile handling, and was built for speed on twisty roads, which bodes well for the tight corners and chicanes of the E-Prix. Plus, it's a classic that can still hold its own against modern machinery in terms of driving thrill. The rest might have some muscle, but I'm betting the 911 RS 2.7 would navigate those laps with a certain flair that's hard to beat. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now or forever. Watch as your favorite AI car gets stuck in the middle of the pack. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright. This is a classic American muscle showdown at Berlin E-Prix, even if it's all AI and virtual racing. Princess Wildface is behind the wheel of a 1970 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. That car is known for its power and iconic style. On the other hand, Pippi Langstrumpf is steering a 1968 Pontiac Bonneville, which is also a beast but more of a luxury cruiser with a lot of torque. Now, considering the race is on a modern electric circuit, the Firebird Trans Am's raw power could give it an edge in acceleration and handling. The Bonneville, being a larger cruiser, might struggle a bit around tight corners, but could compensate with impressive stability. But let's be honest, neither of these cars were ever about handling finesse. They're about making a statement, and that statement is all about muscle and presence. If I had to pick, I'd say that Princess Wildface's Firebird might edge out just because its aggressive personality and likely quicker response times could help it dominate the straightaways. But hey, with AI racing, who knows? It might just come down to who gets the better start and a bit of virtual luck. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Berlin E-Prix with 1970s street cars. Gina Jones is on pole, behind the wheel of a classic 1970 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. Let's see if that vintage muscle can hold its lid. Gina Jones has shot off the line into the lead. Princess Wildface is holding strong in second place. Kerouven is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing to fourth place. Scott Dixon and Pippi are nose to nose for that spot. Life is also making moves, now in seventh. Move for Life is on a roll, climbing up to fourth place after overtaking 3 cars. Wanga Tang 72 is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 8. The battle between Bakhorn and Stabigale Killams for 10th is heating up. Looks like a close fight. Inga McCringleberry is climbing to 11th place. Aminsan is now in 15th. Looks like they're both making some moves. Aminsan is on the move, climbing 3 places to 12. Kirunen is making a statement, grabbing the lead. Sovi is closing in on Wangatang 72, chipping away at the gap. Less than a second and a half now. Sovi is climbing up to 8th place. Keista Flex and J-Chi Swishman 33 are nose to nose for 15th. Muwafa Life is now in 3rd place. G.T. Swishman 33 has climbed to 14th. Keista Flex is in 15th. Inga McCringleberry and Wangatang 272 are nose to nose for 9th place. Keista Flex just bumped up to 14th and is now in a tight fight with Bakhorn for 15th. Wangatang 72 just overtook someone to climb into 8th place. Inga McCringleberry is right behind in 9th. Looks like they're about to have a little showdown for 8th. Pippi Langstrumpf has climbed to 5th place. Inga McCringleberry is now 8th. Sophie has moved into 9th. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Looks like a tight battle for that position. Princess Wildface is right behind her. Amy is closing the gap on Scott Dixon steadily, now only 1.4 seconds behind. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Amini-san is climbing up to 8th. Maya is holding steady in the lead for now. Stabbygail Killens is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, and is now just a few seconds behind. Bacon is hot on my tail, closing the distance rapidly. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Amy just overtook someone to move into 5th. Amin-san is now in 7th, inching closer to the pack. Orange Funk is closing the gap on Kestflex, but still a bit of a stretch. Stabbygail Killens is driving a 1970 Ford Mustang Boss 302. They're currently in 12th place, and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Wangatan Saban 272 is now in 12th. No major overtakes yet, but the race is heating up. Scott Dixon and Sovi are neck and neck for 8th place. Scott Dixon and Sovi are neck and neck for 8th place. Sovi just made a move to climb 1 spot. I'm closing in on Stabbygail Killens, chipping away at the gap. Orange Funk's Ford Gran Torino is a 1974 model, known for its muscle car heritage. It looks like they are struggling with pace, currently in the last place and quite a bit behind the pack. Sovi is driving a 1972 Ford Falcon X, a GT, and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1:44.535, which is a bit slower than some of the others up front. Looks like Sophie might be struggling to keep pace with the leaders. Maya is now in 12th place and gaining ground. Amy's closing in on the far life fast. Amin-san just moved into 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Wow, Keruvanen, you really zoomed to the finish line. Congratulations on the win at Berlin E-Prix. Looks like all those laps paid off. Wow, what a fantastic race. Congratulations to Keruvanen for taking the top spot. That was quite a ride. Now, a big shout out to the drivers who earned some shiny new cars. Amy, you crushed it with the fastest lap, so enjoy that vintage Dodge Charger Daytona. Pippi Langstrup, you were the queen of bets and overtakes. So you get the slick Pontiac Bonneville and the Ford Falcon X GT for Amin-san, who was just slicing through the pack. Great effort all around. And I can't wait to see what happens in the next race. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Laguna Seca is famous for its challenging corners like the corkscrew, so a car that can stick to the road and respond quickly to sharp turns would be essential. Top speed is nice, but without precise control, you'll end up in the dirt more often than not. So, a balanced setup that favors cornering and stability over raw power would be my go-to choice for this race. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. Both cars are classic and definitely have their charm, but the Crossell 15F is known for its nimbleness and sharp handling. Scott Dixon driving that vintage beauty might give him an edge on the technical parts of Laguna Seca. The Legrand Mark 11 is a solid contender too, but it's a tiny bit older and might not have the same agility. If I had to pick, I'd lean toward Scott Dixon in the Crossell, mainly because of that lively chassis and his experience with precision driving. But hey, vintage cars love surprises, so anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Laguna Seca, and right at the front, we've got Daisy Chains in the pole position driving a classic 1968 Lotus 70. This should be interesting. Daisy Chains has taken an early lead. Gina Jones is holding strong in second, and Schron is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Hingle McCringleberry just gained one spot to sit in third place. Hingle McCringleberry and Gina Jones are nose-to-nose for second. Schron and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for third. Maya is closing in on the pack. Amy and Singoshi are still nose-to-nose for fifth place. Connor Malady just sneaked into eighth. That big boy Betts is right behind, ready to pounce. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to second place. Gina Jones and Hingle are locked in a close fight for that spot. Amy is climbing up to fifth place. Connor Malady is now seventh place. Big Boy Betts has climbed to eighth. N Body Notes is now in 10th. Everyone's inching forward. Connor Malady is climbing up to sixth place. Big Boy Betts is closing in on Singoshi, cutting the gap by a second. They're battling it out for seventh place. Gina Jones is climbing up to second place. Big Boy Betts and Singoshi are nose-to-nose for seventh. Schron is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry fast. Sophie and Maya are nose-to-nose for 11. Exception just gained a spot to 15. Nancy Starks is climbing up to 15th place. Scott Dixon is narrowing the gap to Exapaction by a second and a bit. Big Boy Betts is in 9th place with a 1969 Legrand Mark 11. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Connor Malady is driving a 1969 Le Grand Mark 11. They're currently in 7th place, making steady progress from a starting position of 11. Looks like they're climbing up the ranks slowly but surely. Looks like Sharon just edged ahead of Amy for 4th place. And Body Notes is climbing fast. Now, in 9th. Things are heating up. Connor Malady just moved up to 5th place. Singoshi's closing in on Amy, cutting the gap by over a second. Scott Dixon is gaining on Exapexian, closing the distance by a similar margin. Gina Jones is driving a 1966 McLaren M10A. She's holding on to 2nd place and has the 2nd fastest lap of the race. Looks like she's pushing hard but not quite catching the leader. Move for Life and Body Notes are nose to tail for 9th place. Pippi Langstrump is climbing up to 12th place. Alex Hasnobrain is gaining on Sylvie, now just a few car lengths behind. Scott Dixon is closing in on Excepcion, the gap shrinking steadily. Wow, Daisy Shines just won the race. Looks like they're the fastest flower in the garden. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Daisy Chains for taking the checkered flag. Well done on that win. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Scott Dixon, you've earned a shot at the 1968 Crossell 15F with that fastest lap. Way to push those speeds and earn your reward. Keep up the good racing, everyone. Well, the Queensland Sportsman Track might not be the most famous racing circuit out there, but it has a quirky history of being a multi-purpose venue. It's the kind of place where you could imagine a kart race one day and a local fair the next. It's like the Swiss Army knife of tracks, serving up a little bit of everything instead of just sticking to racing. Definitely keeps things interesting for the drivers and spectators alike. Hey Katsushuk, welcome back to the chaos. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed AI action. Buckle up and enjoy the ride. Hey there, Elias688 and Rizaldi Adha. Welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you both returning just in time for some high-speed AI racing action. Buckle up and enjoy the wild ride. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up. If you want to snap some epic moments from the race, you can redeem your channel points to take a screenshot while the cars are tearing up the track. All the coolest shots will be uploaded to our Instagram so you can show off your favorites later. Just type !Instagram in chat, and our bot will send you the link. Don't miss out on capturing those thrilling moments. Hey everyone, just a quick note, if you're a streamer out there and you want to watch these AI races with your viewers, go for it. No need to ask for permission. Feel free to stream this and share the excitement. Let's spread the fun and maybe even get more people into these crazy AI races. Now, let's see which car is going to take the top spot today. Alright folks, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. Otherwise you might end up with the least stylish one out there. Hurry up, or you'll miss out on the fun. Alright, this is quite the showdown. Gina Jones is behind the wheel of a 23 Panos LMP01 Roadster S, which is a pretty agile and lightweight sports prototype. New for life has the Porsche RS Spider Evo from 2008, a car known for its excellent balance and aerodynamics. Considering the age and design of the cars, the Porsche might have a slight edge in terms of modern engineering and handling. But Gina's Panos is no slouch. and has that raw racing spirit. If I had to make a call, I'd say the Porsche might just edge out the Panhard thanks to its more recent design, and likely better aerodynamics. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. Let's watch and see which one claims the victory. Alright everyone, huge shout out to Amy for this race request. We're kicking things off at the Queensland Sportsman track. On pole we've got Scott Dixon in a 2009 Audi EOR 15TD. iRacing in the LMP 900 class. Buckle up, it's about to get interesting. Scott Dixon has shot off the line to take the lead. Hikori Hamzam is holding strong in second place. Thomas Moran is sitting in third, just waiting for a chance to make a move. Thomas Moran and Hikori Hamzam are still locked in a fierce fight for second place. Katsishuk just gained one position and is now in sixth. New for Life and Katsishuk are going wheel to wheel for sixth. Ariu Serial is now in third place, climbing one spot. New for Life and Katsishuk are locked in a close fight for sixth. Rizaldi Adha has advanced to 10th place, moving up one spot. Hingle Me Kringleberry just overtook Ilias X988 for 7th place. They're nose to tail now. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Gina Jones and Thomas Moran are neck and neck for 4th place. Rizaldi Adha is climbing 2 spots to 8th. Excepcion is advancing 1 spot to 10th. Katsishuk just overtook someone to take the 5th place. Gina Jones and Katsishuk are nose to nose for 5th. Adnan Flash is climbing fast, now in 15th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 5th place. Sovi has advanced to 10th. And I am inching into 12th. The race is heating up. Katsishuk and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Katsishuk are also battling for 6th. Sovi is climbing up to 9th place. Katsishuk advances to 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry climbs to 6th. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 6th place. Rizaldia Adha is climbing up to 7th place. Adnan Flash is now in 12th. Iliazix 988 is closing the gap on Bell by Biolab by 3.6 seconds. Katsishuk is climbing to 4th place. Adnan Flash is advancing to 11th. Thomas Moran is driving a Porsche RS Spyder Evo from 2008. He's currently in 3rd place, holding a solid position, but his fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Adam Flash is currently in 8th place driving a Lola Aston Martin B0960. Their fastest lap is a solid 50.215 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves. Adam Flash and Sylvie are nose to tail fighting for 9th place. Maya just snuck into 12th, climbing 1 spot. Elias X988 is driving a Peugeot 908 HDIF, a diesel hybrid endurance race car known for its fuel efficiency and reliability. They are currently in 7th place and setting some of the fastest laps of the race, so their race looks pretty solid so far. Hingle McCringleberry is making a move up to 5th place. Thomas Moran and Hingle McCringleberry are nose-to-nose fighting for that 5th spot. Pippi Langström is driving a Peugeot 908 HDIF a diesel hybrid with a reputation for endurance. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, and their lap time suggests they're holding steady but not gaining ground. Maya just overtook someone to move up to 11th place. Nvufa Life and Maya are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Elias X988 is closing in on Bayo by Biolab, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Ikori Hamzam is setting the pace with the fastest lap, so he's definitely a contender for the win if he keeps this up. Arayu Serial is driving a 2000 Ferrari F333 SP. They're currently in 3rd place and have the 3rd fastest lap time. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Rizaldi Adha is holding off Thomas Moran by a car length for 6th place. Gina Jones and Rizaldi Adha are nose to tail for 7th. Rizaldi Adha is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Thomas Moran and Rizaldi Adha are locked in a close fight for 6th. Sovi and Adam Flash are also battling hard for 9th place. Amy is driving a 23 Panos Elmini P01 Roadster S. She's currently in the middle of the pack, in the 16th place, and her fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to find that extra speed. Thomas Moran just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Rizaldi Adha and Thomas Moran are nose-to-nose for 6th. Adam Flash has also moved up 1 spot and is now in 8th. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the Audi R15s and Peugeot 908s, but the Porsche and Panos are holding their own, probably thanks to good handling. Adam Flash advances to 7th place. Sovi and Thomas Moran are nose to tail for 8th. Looks like a close fight there. Adam Flash is climbing to 6th place. Sovi is also moving up to 8th. Looks like they're both in a hurry. Adam Flash is driving a Lola Aston Martin B0960. They're currently in 7th place, but their fastest lap is over half a second slower than the leader. Looks like a steady but not lightning fast run so far. Admin Flash is sitting comfortably in 6th, and with the fastest lap he's clearly got the pace. Expect him to push for a higher spot soon. Adam Flash is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry quickly. Sylvie has just overtaken someone to take 7th place. Gina Jones is now in 10th position after moving up 1 spot. Ariu Serial is driving a 2000 Ferrari F333P. They're currently in 3rd place and have the 3rd fastest lap time, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Adam Flash is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry fast, cutting the gap by over a second. Maya is climbing up to 10th place, making some moves. Exception is driving a 2008 Porsche RS Spider Evo 2. They are currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. Their fastest lap is slightly over 51 seconds, so they're holding steady but not pushing for the lead. Elias X988 is driving a 2009 Peugeot 908H DI-FP. They are currently in 7th place, just behind the top 6. Their fastest lap is a quick 49.862 seconds, so they're holding a solid pace. Amy is driving a 2003 Panos LMP01 Roadster S. They are currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10. Looks like a steady race with no major moves yet. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to 4th place. Adam Flash is also moving up to 5th. Katsishuk and Adam Flash are nose to tail, fighting for that 5th spot. Ariu Serial is driving a 2000 Ferrari F333 SP. They're currently in 3rd place, holding steady after starting in 4th. Looks like they're making a solid push forward. Gina Jones is holding a slight edge over Nwu for Life, but with plenty of laps left, anything can happen. Gina needs to keep her pace steady while Nwu for Life has the potential to close the gap. Adam Flash is making a strong push with the fastest lap, so he's definitely a threat to move up. Amy is driving a 2003 Panos LMP01 Roadster S. She's currently in the middle of the pack, in the 15th place. Looks like she's holding steady, but not making big moves yet. The track seems to favor faster lap times, with the top contenders like Hingle McCringleberry and Adam Flash pushing sub 49.5 seconds. It's likely a technical circuit rewarding precision over outright speed. Amy just gained one spot, now in 14th place. Bao by Beolab is chipping away at Excepcion, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Bao by Beolab is driving an Audi R15 TDI from 29. They're currently in the 16th place, struggling a bit with the pace, as their fastest lap is over half a second slower than the leader. Sovi is driving a 1999 BMW V12LR, a classic and powerful machine. They're currently in the 16th place, just behind the top 10. Looks like they're struggling a bit to keep up with the newer models. Excepcion is driving a 28 Porsche S Spider Eagle Doe. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 10, and their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to find that extra speed today. The LMP 900 class is tightly packed with a mix of older and newer models, making for close racing. The track's demanding layout is likely favoring experienced drivers, and well-tuned cars keeping the top positions competitive. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Arayu Serial fast, closing the gap by over a second. Bao by Beolab is climbing one spot to 15. Bao by Beolab is driving a 2009 Audi R15 TDI. They're currently in the 15th place, struggling a bit with slower lap times compared to the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Hikori Hamsam is driving an Aston Martin AMR1 from 2011. They're currently in second place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in on Arayu Serial quickly, shaving off 1.6 seconds. Bao by Beolab has moved up one spot to 14. Amy and Bao by Beolab are now nose to nose for that same spot. Bao by Beolab is holding onto that position for now, but Amy is closing in fast. Looks like a little bump could shake things up soon. Maya just moved up one spot to 8th place. Bao by Beolab and Amy are nose to nose for 14th. Eliazek's 98 is cutting down the distance to Excepcion by a second and a tenth. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Gina Jones is now 9th. Thomas Moran has moved into 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Excepcion is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by 7.2 seconds. Adam Flash just gained one spot and is now in 4th place. Arayu Serial and Adam Flash are nose to tail, fighting for that 4th position. Nohri for Life is in 6th place, driving a 2018 R Spar Evo Bor S. Their fastest lap is a solid 51.3331 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging the top. Elias's 988 is driving a Peugeot 908 HD. IFP. They are currently in the 8th place, holding a decent position with a fastest lap just under 50 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not pushing for the lead yet. Ingo McCringleberry and Hickory Hamsam are nose to nose for 2nd place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 7th. Eliasix988 is chipping away at Excepcion's lead, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Enem Flash is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still quite a few places behind the leader. He's got the pace but needs to find a way to overtake some cars. Pippi Langstrom is racing a 2009 Peugeot 908 HDI. FAPD they started in 13th and are currently in the 13th place, so they haven't gained or lost positions. Their fastest lap is just under 51 seconds, so they're holding steady but not exactly blazing a trail. Gina Jones is driving a 2003 Panoz Elm MP01 Roadster S. She's currently in 10th place, so she's holding her own, but not quite challenging the leaders. Her lap time suggests she's not pushing the limits yet. Ingo McCringleberry and Hickory Hamsam are nose to tail for 2nd place. Thomas Moran is climbing up to 9th. New for Life is also making moves, now in 10th. Eliasix988 is climbing up to 15th place. Rizaldia Ada is right behind, moving up to 16. Looks like the pack is tightening. Hickory Hamsam takes the lead, claiming the top spot. Ingo McCringleberry moves up to 2nd place. Admin Flash advances to 3rd. The race is heating up. Katsishuk is closing in on Arayu Serial fast, just 7.4 seconds behind now. Eliasix988 is gaining on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Thomas Moran is closing in on Sovi fast, just 17.8 seconds behind now. Ingo McCringleberry has taken the lead and is sitting comfortably in 1st place. Bao Bai Biolab is making moves and is now in 10th place. Maya is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Sovi has also moved up 1 spot into 6th. Scott Dixon is climbing to 12th place. Eliasix988 is now in 13. Rizaldia Ada has moved into 14. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Thomas Moran is climbing to 7th place. New for Life is now in 8th. Bio by Biolap is in 9th. The race is heating up. Excepcion is driving a 2008 Porsche RS Spider Evo Da. They're currently in the 11th place, just behind the leaders, with a fastest lap of 51.403 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not challenging for the top spots yet. Maya is now just a second behind Ariu Serial and looking for the perfect moment to pounce. Katsushuk has climbed to the 12th spot, making a nice little jump. Rizaldi Adha is chipping away at Elias Asnanity 8, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Things are heating up. Adin Flash is now in second place, climbing 1 spot. Maya is in 4th place, also moving up 1 spot. Zovi is in 5th place, making a similar move. Maya is gaining on Hikori Hamsem, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Exception is climbing up to 8th place, making moves. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8th place. Ariu Serial is now in 9th. Katsushuk has moved into 10th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Thomas Moran is climbing to 5th place. Wufo Life is now 6th. Exception is knocking on the door of the top 5 and 7. Rizaldi Adha is gaining fast on Katsushuk, closing the gap by nearly 19 seconds. Wufo Life is inching closer to Thomas Moran, chipping away at the distance by almost 4 seconds. Thomas Moran is climbing fast into 3rd place. Wufo Life is also making a move into 4th. Exception is right behind them, grabbing 5th. Looks like the race is heating up. Scott Dixon is making a strong push, now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Zovi is closing in on Katsushuk fast, cutting the gap by 13 seconds. Thomas Moran has climbed 2 spots and is now leading the race in 1st place. Gina Jones is holding 5th place, while Wufo Life is 2nd. Gina's got a bit of a gap but could close it if she pushes. Wufo Life is in a solid position to challenge for the lead if he keeps up the pace. Maya is now just a few seconds behind Ariu Serial and looks ready to make a move. Ingle the Kringleberry is inching closer to Exception, not giving up just yet. Adin Flash is closing the gap on Scott Dixon, but still a bit of work to do. The LMP 900 cars are tightly packed, showing the class's speed and agility on this track. The mix of older and newer models keeps the competition fierce. The track favors quick laps and overtakes, keeping everyone on their toes. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining on Exception, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Adin Flash is inching closer to Scott Dixon, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. Gina Jones is catching Rizaldi Adha, also reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Exception is now in 2nd place, making a nice move up. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Wufo Life, chipping away at the gap by almost 4 seconds. And I am inching closer to Ariu Serial, closing the distance by just over a second. Looks like a tight battle brewing. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 3rd place. Scott Dixon is now in 4th. Adin Flash has moved into 5th. Looks like everyone's eager to move up today. Hinga McCringleberry is climbing to second place. Scott Dixon is now in third. Adam Flesh has moved into fourth. Looks like everyone's eager to advance today. Hinga McCringleberry is now in first place. Scott Dixon has moved up to second. Adam Flesh is in third. The race is heating up. Bao by Biulab is driving an Audi R15 TDI, currently in the 16th place. Their fastest lap is just over 51 seconds, so they're hanging in there but not exactly setting the pace. Thomas Moran is closing in on Gina Jones fast, just 7.6 seconds behind now. Sovi has climbed one spot to 6th place. Katsushuk and Sovi are nose to nose, fighting hard for 6th. Ariu Serial is driving a Ferrari F333 SP from 2000. They're currently in 4th place, but their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite catching the front runners. Rezaldi Adha is driving a 2002 Audi R8 Dadaoy. They're currently in 10th place and have a fastest lap of 0:49.918. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Gina Jones is holding a slight edge over Nufalife. But with a few laps left, anything can happen. Gina needs to keep pushing while Nufalife might be waiting for a mistake. Thomas Moran is driving a Porsche RS Spider Evo from 2008 TOT. He's currently in the 12th place and has the slowest fastest lap among the top 12. Looks like he's struggling to keep up with the front runners. The LMP 900 class is pushing high speeds and close competition, especially with the mix of older and newer models. The track seems to favor cars with better aerodynamics and reliability, but the differences in car age and tech are showing in lap times. The top contenders are all within a second or so the combo keeps the race tight and unpredictable. Sovi is driving a 1999 BMW V12LM. They're currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap, just a bit quicker than Maya's. Looks like Sovi is holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Zovi just overtook someone to climb into 5th place. Amy is gaining on Thomas Moran, closing the gap by a full second. Rezaldi Adha is driving a 2002 Audi R8. They're currently in 10th place and seem to be holding steady with a decent lap time, but no major moves so far. Hikori Hamzan is driving a 2011 Aston Martin AMR1. They are currently in 8th place and have the fastest lap of 0:49.757. Looks like they're pushing hard to stay ahead. Ilias6988 is driving a 2009 Peugeot 908 HD I of P. They are currently in 7th place and have the fastest lap time among the Peugeot drivers. Looks like they're pushing hard. Thomas Moran is driving a Porsche RS Spyder Evo from 2008. He's currently in the 12th position and has a slowest lap time of 1 minute, 51 seconds. Looks like he's struggling to keep up. Sophie is driving a BMW V12LM from 1999. Looks like they're holding a solid 6th place, staying competitive with the fastest lap just under 49.5 seconds. Race seems tight for them. Sophie is driving a BMW V12LMR from 1999. They're currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap time of 49.41 seconds. So they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the pace. Gina Jones is climbing to 9th place. Amy is now in 10th. Thomas Moran has moved into 11th. The race is heating up. New for Life is gaining fast on Exception, closing the gap by 14.3 seconds. Gina Jones is inching closer to Hickory Hamsam, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry is leading in a 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960. Looks like he's got the pace with the fastest lap so far. His race seems smooth and he is holding onto the top spot. Amy is in the 10th place driving a 2003 Panos LMP01 Roadster S. Their fastest lap is 0:50.168. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite enough to climb higher. Hingle McCringleberry is leading the race with a Lola Aston Martin B0960. It started in 10th place and has the fastest lap of 48.898 seconds. Looks like they're on a strong run. Gina Jones is driving a 2003 Panos LMP01 Roadster S. She's currently in 10th place and seems to be holding steady, but she's a bit behind the leaders. Areyu Serial is driving a Ferrari F333 SP from 2000. They're currently in 4th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far among the top contenders. Looks like they're pushing hard. Elias 698 is driving a Peugeot 908 HDI FAP. They're currently in the top 10 and have the fastest lap time among the Peugeot drivers, so they're pushing hard. Katsushuk is gaining on Maya, now just a second behind. Elias X988 is closing in on Baobab Biolab, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. The track seems to favor the faster lap times, with the Audi R15 TD iDrivers leading, but the Lola Aston Martins are holding their ground. Overtakes are happening in the mid-pack, so the circuit's balance is keeping things interesting. Katsushuk is gaining on Maya and is now less than 2 seconds behind. New for Life has climbed 1 spot to 12. Elias X988 is closing in on Baobab Biolab, cutting the distance by 1.6 seconds. The LMP 900 class is tight, and the Queensland Sportsman track favors quick laps and overtakes. The top drivers are separated by fractions of a second, so car performance and driver skill are making the difference. The track's technical sections are keeping the race close. Katsushuk is really eyeing Maya, now closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Baobai Beolab just sneaked into the 14th spot, climbing 1 position. The LMP 900 cars are close in speed, but the track favors those with better handling and consistency. The top contenders are separated by fractions of a second, so small differences in car setup and driver skill are making the difference. Maya is now in 5th place after climbing 1 spot. Bao Weibo Lap has gained 2 positions and is now in 12th. Isaya Chanel and Inchimiri is not told day. Ganahanto Wanjan Nashabo Wadade. Pippi Langstrom also moved up 2 spots, now in 13th. Gina Jones is gaining on Hikari Hamzam, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Baobai Biolab is climbing up 1 spot to 11. Rizaldia Adha is narrowing in on Elias S988, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Admin Flash is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry and has cut the gap by a solid 1.5 seconds. Elias 988 is making moves and has climbed 2 spots to sit in the 14th position. Jean Jones is gaining on Hikari Hamzam and closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Rizaldia Adha is also closing in on Excepcion with the same pace. Rizaldi Adha is driving a 2002 Audi R8, which is quite the vintage now. They're currently in the 11th spot, holding steady with a fast lap just under 50 seconds. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making big moves. Thomas Moran is driving a Porsche RS Spyder Evo from 2008. He's currently in the middle of the pack, in 14th place, and his fastest lap is around 51 seconds. Looks like he's holding steady but not making any big moves. Eliasix 98 and Thomas Moran are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Rizaldia Ada is chopping down the gap to Excepcion by 2 seconds. Admin Flash and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for the lead. Elias X98 just gained 1 spot and is now in 14th place. Admin Flash is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Rizaldia Ada is gaining on Excepcion, closing the gap by a little over a second. Gina Jones is driving a 2003 Panos L9P01 Roadster S. She's currently in 10th place, hanging around the middle of the pack with a decent pace but not challenging the leaders. Admin Flash is leading the race in a 2009 Lola Aston Martin B0960. They've set the fastest lap so far and seem to be maintaining a strong pace. Looks like they're in control for now. Iliazex98 is climbing one spot to 12th place. Thomas Moran is narrowing the gap to Pippi Langstrom by 2.4 seconds. Rizaldiada is catching up to Excepcion, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. The leader is pulling away slightly. Amy just overtook someone to take 9th. Biolab is now 10th. Ilias98 is 11th. The pack is tightening up behind the top contenders. Maya is closing in on Ariu Serial and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Thomas Moran has moved up one spot to 11th place. New for Life is also up one spot, now in 12th place. Eliazex988 is driving a Peugeot 908 HD IFAP, which is known for its diesel hybrid technology. They're currently in the 16th place, staying competitive with a decent lap time, but still a bit behind the leaders. Ariu Serial is now in 3rd place. Maya has climbed to 4th. Sovi is in 5th. The race is heating up. Maya is closing in on Ariu Serial and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. Thomas Moran has moved up one spot to take 10th place. New for Life is also up one spot, now in 11th. Ariu Serial is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry and closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Reza Diadha is catching Exception fast, narrowing the distance by 2.30 seconds. Pippi Langstrom's Peugeot 908H DIFAP is a diesel hybrid, known for its fuel efficiency and reliability. Looks like she's struggling a bit, currently in the middle of the pack and not making much noise in the top 10. Amy is closing in on Gina Jones, cutting the gap by nearly 14 seconds. Maya has climbed up one spot to 3rd place. Bao by Biolab is also up one spot, now in 7th. Bao by Biolab is closing in on Hikori Hamzam, closing the gap by 3.2 seconds. Exception has moved up one spot to take 10th place. Iliazex98 is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Katsishuk is now just a few seconds behind Rizaldi Adha. Sovi is inching closer to Ariu Serial and looks ready to pounce. Bao by Biolab is gaining on Hikari Hamzam, not letting that gap get too comfortable. Katsishuk is driving a 29 Audi R15 TDI. They're currently in the 8th spot, holding steady but not making any big moves. Fastest lap is just over 50 seconds, so they're keeping it consistent. Sovi is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 2.1 seconds. Hikari Hamzam just moved up one spot to 5th place. Bao by Biolab also gained one position, now sitting in 6th. New for Life is driving a 2008 Porsche Spire, Evo time. They're currently in 8th place, but their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding on but not exactly flying. Scott Dixon is now in 6th place. No for Life has moved into 7th. Exception is up to 8th. Looks like everyone's climbing a bit. Bao by Biolab is driving a 2009 Audi R15 TDI. They're currently in the 16th place, just hanging around the middle of the pack. Looks like they're not making much noise, but staying steady. Adam Flash is leading in a Lola Aston Martin B0960. They've set the fastest lap so far and are comfortably ahead of the pack. Looks like they're enjoying a smooth run. Hikori Hamzam just sneaked into 4th place. Amy is closing in on Gina Jones, shrinking the gap by 3.3 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing to 5th place. Exception is now in 6th. New for Life is pushing into 7th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Ariu Serial is driving a Ferrari F333SP, starting in 4th place. They're currently in 12th, so they've dropped a few spots but still holding on. Scott Dixon is closing in on Hingle May Kringleberry, now just 17.9 seconds behind. Mai has surged to the top, climbing 2 spots to take the lead. Hikori Hamzam also moved up 2 spots, now in 2nd place. Arayu Serial is driving a Ferrari F333. They started in 4th place and are currently in 12th, so they've dropped a few spots but are still in the mix. Adam Flash is now in 2nd place, moving up 1 spot. Hingle Mek Ringleberry also advanced 1 position and is right behind Adam Flash. They are neck and neck for 2nd place. Looks like a close fight. Sovi is making a move, climbing to 7th place. Ariu's Serial is right behind, also gaining 3 spots. Katsushuk is not far behind, doing the same. Looks like the midfield is getting crowded. Scott Dixon is rapidly catching Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 17.2 seconds. Dovi is sneaking up on Thomas Morin, narrowing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Katishuk is inching closer to Arayu Serial, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gina Jones is holding a slight edge over New for Life, but with just 1 lap left, anything can happen. Gina's got the pace, but New for Life is right behind, ready to pounce if Gina slips up. Hikori Hamzam is really closing the gap on Gina Jones now, just 11 seconds behind. Sovi has climbed 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Congratulations to Ed and Flash for taking the top spot. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Hey there, Deplorable. Glad to see you back in the mix. Hope you've been keeping busy and ready to watch these cars race their virtual hearts out. Wow! Atom Flash really pulled off an incredible feat today. Winning the race, smashing the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes? That's like completing all the level ups in one go. Truly impressive stuff. Congratulations to Atom Flash on the Triple Crown victory. You've set the bar pretty high now. And for those just tuned in, New for Life has also earned themselves a sweet prize. They won the bet race, so they can now claim a 2008 Porsche S-Iter Evo L. That's a car that's as sleek as it is fast. Well done to both drivers for keeping us all on the edge of our seats. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before it's too late. Don't miss out on the race of a lifetime. Alright, so we're looking at a classic battle of the ages here. On one side, we've got Rosaurus in a 1988 Porsche 944 Turbo Welt. That car is known for its snappy handling and a decent amount of turbocharged fun. On the other side, Deplorable in a 1982 Ford Falcon. That's a good old American muscle with charm, but probably not the speed demon that Porsche might be. Considering the car choices, I'd say Rosaurus has a clear edge in performance with that turbocharged Porsche. The Falcon might have a lot of character, but I doubt it can keep up in a race on Mugello short. So, my money is on Rosaurus to take this one home. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen, right? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Mugello Short, and Sovi is starting strong on pole with a classic 1989 Ford Sierra RS 500. That car's got some serious old school charm, so let's see if it can hold on to that lead. Sovi has shot out in front, holding the lead. Hingle McCringleberry is right behind in second place, and H2 Hova is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to fourth place. Queen Monda and Deplorably Apple are still battling for that spot. Next, Aromaval is pushing up to sixth place. H2 Hove is climbing to second place. Queen Monda is making a strong move up to third. Nikta Romava is also advancing to fourth. The race is heating up. Rosaurus and Deplorably Apple are neck and neck for 6th place. Tyler just gained 1 spot to sit in 8th. Scott Dixon and Pippi Langstrumpf are locked in a close fight for 12th. Queen Manda just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. H2 Hoive and Queen Manda are nose to nose in that battle for 2nd. Deplorably Apple and Hingle Me Kringleberry are locked in a close fight for 5th. H2 Uave is now in 1st place. Hingle Me Kringleberry has climbed to 4th. Rosaurus has moved up to 6th. Rosaurus and Nexaromoville are neck and neck for 5th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Shotskis are nose to nose for 10th place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 12th. Case Teflex is also making moves, now in 15th. Deplorable Apple is climbing up to 6th place. Shotskis and Dumb Goo for Life are locked in a close fight for 9th. Shattered Pixel is making a move, now in 16th. Deplorable Apple is climbing fast into 4th place. Rosaurus is also making moves into 6th. Shotskis and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 9th. Queen Manda is closing in on Sovi and has cut the gap by 1.9 seconds. Tyler has moved up 1 spot to 7th. Shotskis has also gained 1 position, now in 9th. Rosaurus is climbing to 5th place. Nick Taromaval is now 7th. Scott Dixon is making a move to 10th. Tyler has sneaked into 7th place. Case Feflex is climbing to 12th. Amy is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf like a heat-seeking missile, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Tyler just snuck into 6th place. Case Feflex is climbing to 11th. Case Feflex and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 10th. Case Teflex is climbing to 10th place. Scott Dixon and Case Teflex are nose to nose for that spot. Amy is advancing to 13th place. Tyler just sneaked into the top 5. Shotskis and Nexaromoville are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. Shattered Pixel is climbing steadily, now in the 14th spot. Tyler sneaks into 4th place. Nexaromoville climbs to 7th. Shotskis and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 8th. Looks like a battle for the back end of the top 10. Tyler is really pushing to catch Queen Manda, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. They're nose to tail for 3rd place now. This is getting spicy. Tyler just snuck into 2nd place. Looks like the battle for 2nd is heating up between Sovi and Tyler. Rosaurus is climbing up to 5th, inching closer to the top 5. Deplorably Apple is climbing up to 5th place. Shotskis is also moving up to 8th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Shotskis are nose to nose for 8th. Tyler is gaining on H2 Hova. closing the gap to just a second. Queen Manda is inching closer too. Sovi, now only a second behind. Deplorably, Apple is on the move, catching up to Queen Manda with a 2.2 second reduction. Congratulations to H2 Hovia on winning the race. Looks like they really know how to take the lead at Mugello short. Well done. Wow! Congratulations to H2 Hova. They really showed us how it's done out there. Looks like someone's been practicing their driving skills. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Oran Park has a mix of tight corners and fast straights, so a car that can navigate turns smoothly and maintain good grip will really shine here. Speed is important, but being able to stay glued to the pavement during those tricky corners is what will make the difference. So, a balanced combination of suspension and tire performance would be key for dominating this circuit. Alright folks, you better hustle if you want to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't make me start the countdown, or I might just choose a really slow one for you. Get those votes in! Wow, what a matchup! On one side, we've got Sovi in a 2010 Vauxhall Insignia, a reliable but maybe not the quickest car in the lineup. On the other side, Lyricil's cruising in a 1975 Ferrari 365 GT4 BBB, which is a pretty legendary classic, but also quite old school. Honestly, the Vauxhall might have the edge on the track because newer cars tend to have better handling and technology. But that Ferrari has soul and might pull off some surprises if it gets the perfect run. My money's on Sovi, but I wouldn't be shocked if the vintage Ferrari surprises us by coming out ahead in the twists and turns. Let's see how this plays out. Alright folks, Maya's up front in the classic 1975 Ferrari 365 GT4BB, leading the pack at Oran Park. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the new arrivals. Maya is leading the race right now, followed closely by New for Life in second place. Amy is holding on to the third spot, but I bet she's already plotting her next move. Ingo McCringleberry is making a strong move up to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is climbing to second place, just behind the leader. Lerusev is also on the rise, now in third after gaining 2 positions. Pippi Langstrump is climbing fast, now in 6th place. Ingo McCringleberry is also making moves, now in 8th. Imogen Tempus is inching closer to the top, now in 12th. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing to 7th place. Gina Jones is now in 10th. Imogen Tempus has moved up to 11th. Pippi Langstrump is climbing to 5th place. Sophie and Pippi are nose to nose for that position. Gina Jones is making her way to 9th place. Lea Russell and Amy are nose to nose for second place. Naturalian Lucky is chipping away at Ingo McCringleberry's lead, just 1.1 seconds behind now. Pippi Langstrump just overtook someone to take 4th place. Ingo McCringleberry is closing in behind in 5th. New for Life and Ingo McCringleberry are nose to tail for 5th place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Lea Russell, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Gina Jones and Move for Life are nose to nose for 6th place. Pippi Langstrump is closing in on Lea Russell, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Gina Jones has climbed up 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Imogen Tempus is also moving up 1 spot, now in 8th. Imogen Tempus is climbing to 7th place. Sophie and New for Life are still locked in a close fight for 8th. Theo Tiguerdo has moved up to 13th. Sophie just nudged ahead of New for Life for 8th place. They're now nose to nose in that tight battle. Maya is leading the race in a classic 1975 Ferrari 365 GT4BB. She's holding a solid pace with the fastest lap so far. Looks like she's in control and enjoying the vintage power. Ingo McCringleberry is gaining on Pippi Langstrump, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Naturally Lucky is also making a move on New Life, but still a bit behind. Sophie is way behind in 8th place, over 3 seconds off Lea Russell, who is comfortably in 3rd. Looks like Lea Russell has this one in the bag, Unless Sylvie pulls off a miracle. Naturally Unlucky is driving a vintage 1973 Alpine A110 1600s Hawaii. They're currently in the 8th place, but their lap time of 1 minute, 31 seconds, and 58 milliseconds suggests they're holding steady, but not exactly setting the track on fire. Gina Jones is driving a modern street car, a 2017 Chevrolet Camaro SS. She's currently in 6th place, showing she's holding her own among the vintage and retro cars. Her fastest lap is 1:22.353, which is pretty quick compared to some others. Looks like she's making steady progress. Wow, Maya! Looks like you just stole the show. Congratulations on the win, you must be thrilled. Wow, Maya, you really took the checkered flag with style. Congratulations on your win, you earned it. Now, for the drivers who want to claim their shiny new rides. Gina Jones, you crushed it with the fastest lap, so the 2017 Chevrolet Camaro SS is all yours. Hingle McCringleberry with those impressive overtakes. The 1975 Ferrari 365 GT 4BB is calling your name. Nice work, everyone! Sure. Here's a fun fact for you. In the 1990s, street cars racing class was full of some wild and quirky choices, including the infamous Toyota Supra, which became a legendary favorite among enthusiasts. What's hilarious is that back then, the Supra was basically a factory-built rocket with the everyday cool factor of a daily driver. It was like having a spaceship that you could also pick up groceries with. Now that's what I call racing with style. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The clock's ticking down and we wouldn't want anyone to miss out on the race of the century. Get those choices in before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic matchup. The Toyota Supra from 1993 has that legendary inline-six engine, known for its reliability and smooth power delivery, especially for a car of that era. The Porsche 944 Turbos from 1988 definitely has a reputation for handling and agility, driven by its balanced chassis and turbocharged four-cylinder. Now, considering the track is Knockhill, which is quite technical with tight corners and some fast bends, I'd lean towards the Porsche. Its lighter weight and nimbleness could give it an edge through the twists and turns. But don't count out the Supra's straight-line potential. If it gets a good launch, it might close the gap on the straights. So, my bet? I'm going to say the Porsche 944 Turbos might just have the edge here, but it's going to be close. Watch for those sharp corners to shake things up. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Knockhill, and leading the pack is Nonstop Starks in a 1995 BMW 850C. SI, classic choice to start from the front. Let's see if it can hold the pace. The race kicks off with New for Life leading the pack. Nonstop Starks right behind in second, and Mr. Roche holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya just overtook Ebony Shadow and is now in 4th place. Gina Jones is climbing 2 spots and is now in 6th. The battle for 4th is heating up. HP Lootcraft is dropping like a stone to 18th place. Gina Jones and Ebony Shadow are nose to nose for 5th. Aminsan is inching forward to 11th. HP Lootcraft is charging through the field, now in 1st place after passing 17 cars. New for Life and HP Lootcraft are nose to tail, fighting hard for the lead. Hingle McCringleberry and Scott Dixon are locked in a close duel around the 13th position. Hingle McCringleberry is making a nice climb up to 11th place. New for Life is holding strong at the front, now in 1st. Nonstop Starks is right behind in 2nd, not letting the leader get away. Nonstop Starks is leading the race in a 1995 BMW 850C SI. Looks like they're holding a comfortable advantage, and their fastest lap is still pending. The car is known for its luxury and power, so they might be enjoying a smooth ride at the front. Nonstop Starks and New for Life are nose to nose for the lead. Pippi Langstrup is chipping away at Mr. Roche's rear bumper. Aminsan just leapfrogged into 9th, climbing 1 spot. Nonstop Starks is now in 1st place. Aminsan has climbed to 8th. Hingle McCringleberry has moved into 9th. The vintage cars are surprisingly competitive on this track, with Lotus Esprit's holding strong despite some early struggles. The mix of car classes keeps the race unpredictable, but the older Nissan Pulsar and Venturi are clearly out of their depth. Maya just overtook for 2nd place. Looks like the AI is feeling confident. Pippi Langstrup is also climbing up now in 5th. Mr. Roche and Pippi are nose to tail, battling for 5th. This is getting interesting. Gina Jones is climbing up to 3rd place. Team Tanatea has moved up to 12th. Buffin 18 and Bees McGee are locked in a close fight for 15th. New Life is driving a 1995 Ford Escort R S Cosworth. They're currently in 4th place and seem to be holding steady, but they're a bit behind the leaders. Pippi Langstrumpf and Move for Life are nose to tail for 4th place. Team Tinatea just gained a spot to 11. Amy and Team Tinatea are battling hard for 11. Pippi Langstrumpf just overtook someone to take 4th place. Move for Life and Pippi Langstrumpf are still nose to nose for that 4th spot. Aminsan is climbing up to 7. Looks like the race is heating up. Aminsan just gained 2 spots and is now in 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry also moved up 2 spots and is now in 7th. Mr. Roche and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 7th place, so expect some fireworks soon. Scott Dixon is climbing to 8th place, Penny 3, and are locked in a fierce fight for 12th. HP Lootcraft is narrowing the gap on Hellscape by nearly 2 seconds. Team Tinatea is almost on Ebony Shadow's tail now, closing in by nearly 2 seconds. Penny 3 is climbing up the field, taking the 12th spot. Scott Dixon is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still in 8th place. He's got the speed, just needs to find a way to overtake. Sophie and Amy are nose to nose for the 13th spot. HP Lootcraft is slicing through the field, now just a 1.5 seconds behind Hellscape. Scott Dixon climbs to 7th place. Dixon and Move for Life are nose to nose for 6th. Sophie advances to 13th. Wow, Meserov Starks, you really outpaced everyone else. Looks like all those laps paid off. Well done on the win. Wow, Meserov Starks, you absolutely crushed it. Congratulations on taking the win. That was some impressive racing. Well deserved. And a big shout out to Scott Dixon for grabbing the fastest lap. You've earned that vintage beast, the 1995 Nissan Skyline R33LM Nismo body. That's a true legend in the retro streetcar world. Amin-san, you're the king of overtakes today. And that's why you get the 1996 Lotus Esprit 88. Nice work on the aggressive moves. You really kept things exciting. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder before the timer runs out. Make your picks now if you haven't already, or you might miss out on the chance to see which AI car dominates the race. Don't wait too long, or you'll be stuck in the sidelines cheering for the default choice. Time's almost up. Get those selections in. Alright. This is quite the throwback race. The Red Bull RB5. From 2009 was a beast back in its day, especially with its aerodynamics and downforce. On the other hand, the BMW Sauber F109, also a 2009 car, had its own strengths, but was often a bit more inconsistent. Given the car's capabilities, I'd say Pippi Langstrom, driving the Red Bull, might have a slight edge because of its more aggressive aerodynamics and overall performance. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. It's all about which algorithm is feeling luckier today. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Albert Park, and leading the pack is Celestial Inari in a 2009 Williams FW31. Starting from pole. Let's see if they can keep up the momentum. Celestial Inari has taken an early lead with Maya right behind in second place. Global Ixel is holding on to third for now. Maya and Celestial Inari are nose to tail for the lead. Ariu Serial just overtook someone to climb into fourth. Gina Jones is making a move up to sixth. Autoliar Torias is climbing nicely to take the 10th place. Adnan Flash is also making progress, now in 14th. Adnan Flash and Imjas Platinum are nose to nose for the 13th spot. Looks like a close one. Adnan Flash is making a move, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ingo McCringleberry is climbing fast, now in 14th after passing 6 cars. Sovi is gaining ground, now in 7th after moving up 2 spots. Scott Dixon is on a tier, now in 3rd place after passing 9 cars. Imdus Platinum is climbing fast, overtaking 6 to reach 7th. Ingo McCringleberry is closing the gap on Adnan Flash, cutting it down by 7 seconds. Some Board Bowie is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 18th place. Lobaeus Ixel is climbing 1 spot to 3rd. Ariu Serial is also moving up 1 spot to 4th. Indus Platinum is closing in on Flanky Frankie, the gap shrinking by 5.4 seconds. Amy has climbed 1 spot to take 7th place. Zovi and Amy are locked in a fierce duel for 7th position. Ariu Serial and Global Sexel are neck and neck for 3rd place. Gina Jones and Nufurlife are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. La Croissant 1980 is gaining on Autolar Torius, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Gina Jones just gained a spot and is now in 5th place. Amy is closing in on New for Life and has cut the gap by 1.4 seconds. Amin Sun is climbing up to 16th place. V is gaining on Amy quickly now. The gap shrinks by the second. Hingle Me Kringleberry and Adam Flash are nose to tail. No room for error in that scrap for 11th place. Imbus Platinum is gaining fast on Flanky Frankie, now just over 5 seconds behind. Adam Flash is closing in on Le Croissant 1980, cutting the gap by a second and a bit. Hingle the Kringleberry and Adam Flash are nose to nose for 11th place. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Alex Has No Brain, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Meanwhile, Imbus Platinum and Flanky Frankie are locked in a fierce fight for the 19th spot. La Croissant 1980 and Adelie Artorias are nose to nose for 9th place. Sunboard Bowie just gained a spot, now in 17th. Unistix and Sunboard Bowie are fighting hard for 17th too. Globotixo just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Amy is closing in on Ruffalai for 6th. Looks like a fun scrap for that position. No 4 Life is climbing up to 6th place. La Croissant 1980 is also advancing, now in 9th. Atelier Torias and La Croissant 1980 are nose to tail for 9th position. New 4 Life is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Adam Flash is inching closer to Atelier Torias. Just a 1 second difference now. Imbus Platinum and Flanky Frankie are locked in a fierce fight for the last few positions, nose to tail. Pippi Langstrom is gaining on Alex Has No Brain, closing the gap by 5.6 seconds. Globolscale is sneaking up on Maya, closing in by 1.9 seconds. Sophie and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Wow, Maya, you really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Maya for winning the race. You drove like a pro, and I guess all those practice runs really paid off. Well done. Now, for those claiming cars, Pippi Langstrom, you've snatched up the 2009 Red Bull RB5 for winning the bet race. Nice work there. Hingle McCringleberry with the most overtakes, you get the 2009 Toro Rosso TR4. Looks like you're making moves on the track and the prize list. And Maya, with the fastest lap, you've earned the 2009 Force India VJM02. Not bad at all. Great effort from everyone today. For this track, I would focus mostly on top speed and aerodynamic efficiency. Talladega is all about those long straightaways where speed is king. Handling and cornering ability matter less here because the real challenge is maintaining high speeds without losing control. So, I'd want a car that's sleek, has a powerful engine, and can slice through the air smoothly to stay competitive in the pack. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. On one side we have Gerloff Diamond in a 1963 Agachanian Watson Dottie. Classic design, probably with some serious racing history behind it. And then there's Pippi Langstrumpf in a 1960 Scarab Indy, which is known for its engineering and speed at the time. Given the track is Talladega, known for high speeds and drafting, I'd say the more modern, potentially more aerodynamically advanced car might have a slight edge. The Scarab Indy, being a bit newer and built for Indy, might have an advantage in handling and stability over the longer straightaways. But you never know with these vintage cars. Sometimes it's all about the driver and the luck of the draft. If I had to pick, I'd lean towards Pippi in the Scarab Indy, just because of the engineering focus on speed and endurance in that era. But, honestly, it's anyone's game, and I wouldn't be surprised if Gerloff Diamond's vintage beauty surprises us all. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Talladega, and leading the pack is Dr. Felix in a classic 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy. Get ready for some vintage speed. Maya takes the lead right out of the gate. Dr. Felix is in second place, trying to keep up. Gerloff Diamond is holding on to third, but the pack is already closing in. New for Life is charging through the field, now in 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Just Panchakes is climbing steadily, now in 4th place after gaining 2 spots. Vinha 17 is also making progress, moving up to 6th place with 1 more position gained. New for Life is storming to the front, now in 1st place after overtaking 14 cars. Vinch Car 21 is closing in, now in 2nd after passing 11 cars. Dr. Keeps Appleway is also on the move, now in 3rd after overtaking 14 cars. Cheryl Neves just swooped into 1st place after overtaking 6 cars. Stankett is not far behind, climbing 10 positions to take 2nd. Scott Dixon is making a solid move, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 3rd. The race is heating up fast. Maya is on a tier, climbing 9 spots to take the lead. Gerloff Diamond is right behind, also gaining 9 positions to settle in 2nd. Dr. Felix is making a move as well, overtaking 9 cars to grab 3rd. Things are heating up at the front. Donuts on 3 is making a charge up to the 15th place, overtaking 3 cars. Edzos 21 is storming through the field, overtaking 12 cars and now in 16th. Green Checkered 1 is also on the move, overtaking 10 cars to sit in 17th. Max Beerley is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 19. Queen Monda is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 6th. Queen Monda and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Girl of Diamond is gaining on Evolution 154, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Queen Monda has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Silhouette has also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Shoebox TV is making a strong push, now in 21st. Catgirl TM is right behind, also climbing fast. Toadette TV has moved up to 8th and is holding position. The fight for 7th between Toadette TV and Silhouette is heating up. Girl of Diamond just overtook someone and is now in 2nd place. Toadette TV is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots to sit in 6th. Smurf Winnie is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 9th. Mobius and Smurf Winnie are nose to tail for 9th place. Amundsen and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 12th. Girl of Diamond has just claimed the top spot. Maya is chipping away at Evolution 954, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Silhouette is making a move, climbing up to 8th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Silhouette are nose to tail for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Just Pancakes are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Sylvie and Amundsen are battling hard for 13th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Silhouette are nose to tail for 7th place. Hingle McCringleberry just gained a spot to take 11th. Just Pancakes and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 11th. Pippi Langstrumpf is climbing up to 7th place. Silhouette and Pippi are nose to tail for that same spot. Just Pancakes and Hingle McCringleberry are locked in a close fight for 11th. Queen Monda just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Queen Monda and Evolution 954 are nose to tail for 3rd. Maya and Queen Manda are also battling for 4th. Wow, Girl of Diamond really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off? Well done. Wow, Girl of Diamond really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. You definitely earned that victory. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure. 9. Did you know the 1996 Mitsubishi GTO, also called the 3000 GT in some places, was one of the first cars to feature all-wheel steering? That's right. It could actually turn the rear wheels to improve handling and maneuverability. Basically, it was like giving the car a little extra brain power to make sharp turns feel a bit more effortless. Now that's what I call tech before its time. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your final chance. Don't make me have to choose for you because I promise, it won't be as stylish as you want it to be. Hurry up and make your selection before the race starts. Oh wow! Talk about a blast from the past and a slice of racing history. The Ferrari F40 Competizione is known for its raw power and iconic design, while the Toyota Sarat MC8R has its own unique charm and a reputation for being a pretty fierce competitor in its own right. Given the specs and the history, I'd probably lean towards the i40 for that pure speed and legendary status. But don't count out Sovi and that Toyota. In a tight race at Misano, unexpected things can happen. It's all about the driver's skill, the eye strategy, and a little bit of racing luck. Who are you betting on? Alright, everyone. The race is kicking off at Misano with Gina Jones on pole, driving a classic 1995 McLaren F1 GT. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the pack. Scott Dixon is leading the race right now. Gina Jones is in second place and Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to third. The pack is still settling in, so expect some shuffling soon. The driver just climbed one spot to take third place. Amy is also moving up one spot to sit in fifth. Bao Baideolab is gaining ground, jumping 2 spots to secure sixth. Beats with Kev and New for Life are still neck and neck for 7th place. Maya is climbing up to 9th, looking to make a move. Unknown Tactus is climbing fast to 8th place. Natural Unlucky and Pippi Langstrup are still nose to nose for 11th. Jason Dashauer is inching up to 14th. Natural Unlucky is climbing to 11th place. Waffling Godders is making a move to 15th. Rob Sizzle is inching up to 18th. Looks like everyone's feeling ambitious today. Maya and Vitswitkev are neck and neck for 9th place. Adanut 44 is climbing up to 23rd. Adanut 44 and Renault T4 are trading paint for 22nd. Maya and Beatsukev are nose-to-nose for 9th place. Jason Deschauer is closing in on Sovi, shrinking the gap by over a second. Dongrid's on 3 is climbing up to 20th, leaving the backmarkers behind. The tight Misano circuit is likely causing close battles and frequent overtakes, especially for the cars in the middle and back. The narrow track favors skill over raw speed, so expect some surprises. Maya is climbing up to 9th place. Pippi Langström is now 11th. Yaboy Rwanda and Skozerobzaz are nose-to-nose for 20th. Sovi is climbing up to 12th place. Renok T4 is making a move to 21. Anything else happening on the track? Sovi and Pippi Langström are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Plebis 3 just gained 1 spot to move into 15th. Telescope Bima also moved up 1 spot into 16th. Telescope Bima and Plebis 3 are now battling it out for 15th place. Telescope Bima is climbing up to 15th place. Relaxed View and Adanut 44 are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Rob Swizzle and Waffling Otters are neck and neck for 17th place. Skozer Alps and Dongers on 3 are fighting hard for 19th. Relaxed View is sneaking up 1 spot to 23rd. The track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor the older, nimble cars like the Ferrari F40 and Jaguar XJ220. The slower cars are struggling to keep up on the straights, making overtakes tricky. Gina Jones and the other driver are nose to tail for 2nd place. Pippi Langström is climbing up to 10th place. Beatsukev and Pippi are locked in a close fight for 10th. Well, look at that. Scott Dixon just took the checkered flag. Guess he's still got it. Congrats on the win. Wow, what an incredible race. Congratulations to Scott Dixon for not only winning, but also setting the fastest lap. Dai Dewol. You've earned the right to claim that stunning 1994 Bugatti EB 110 LM. Well done. Sovi, congratulations on winning the bet race. You've earned yourself that sleek 1996 Toyota Sard MC. 8R, nice work, clinching that victory. And new for life, you are the overtaking master today. Your impressive moves earned you the 1996 Lamborghini Diablo Yota. Great job pushing through and claiming that prize. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make your move. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one dominates the race. Get those picks in before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The Nissan 350Z GT 300 is a solid choice, known for its agility and balanced performance. On the other hand, the Aston Martin DBR S9 is a powerful beast with a more aggressive stance. Honestly, the Aston might have an edge in raw speed and stability on the straightaways, but the Nissan's nimbleness could help it navigate tight corners better. If I had to pick, I'd lean towards the Aston Martin for its overall power and race pedigree. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. This is going to be an interesting race to watch. Alright folks, the race is underway at Algarve, and leading the pack is Pippi Langstrom, driving a vintage 1995 Marcos LNM 600G T22. Looks like old school is trying to keep up with the new. Pippi Langstrom is leading the pack. Gina Jones is right behind in second, and Hingle McCringleberry is holding on to third. Looks like a close fight already. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrom are locked in a fierce fight for first place. Sylvie is climbing up one spot to third. I am making a move up 2 spots to fourth. Gina Jones is now in first place. I see Maya climbing up to third. Merchicken Live and Hingle Me Kringleberry are still nose to nose for fifth. Merchicken Live and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for fifth place. Mover Life has gained 1 spot and is now in 9th. Emerald Tick for 988 has climbed 2 spots and is now in 11th. Merchicken Live is trying to hold off Hingle McCringleberry for 5th place. Scott Dixon and Merchicken Live are nose to tail for 6th. Rogerbar 302 and Josh Biosh are locked in a close fight for 14th. Scott Dixon and Merchicken Live are nose to tail for 6th place. Rogerbar 302 and Josh Biosh are locked in a close fight for 14th. Pippi Langstrom and Gina Jones are nose to tail for the lead. Merchicken Live just gained a spot, and is now in 5th place. Hingle McCringleberry and Merchicken Live are battling hard for 5th. Pippi Langstrumpf is now in first place. Maya and Gina Jones are still neck and neck for second. Tapsumbong is climbing to sixth. Gina Jones and Maya are neck and neck for second place. Sophie is closing in fast, shrinking the gap by a second. Looks like a battle for the podium is heating up. The GTS cars seem to be dominating with the top two spots, likely benefiting from better handling and speed at Algarve. D. T. C. Cars are trailing behind, probably struggling with the track's demands. Roger Bear 302 is driving a 2006 BMW 320. Looks like he's holding steady in the middle of the WTC pack, not making any big moves but staying consistent. Fishing's just nudged ahead of Lairashai for 18th place. They're nose to nose, so expect some serious side-by-side action soon. Skoser Obs is driving a 2008 Volvo S60. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, probably just trying to stay out of trouble and hope for some opportunities later. Pippi Langstrumpf is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race in the bag unless something dramatic happens. Amy is in 9th place driving a Jaguar XKR GT3. She's currently a bit behind the leaders but staying competitive. Move for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are neck and neck for 7th place. Scooter Ops and Lairashai are locked in a close fight for the 19th spot. Gina Jones is driving a 1995 Marcos LM 600 G220. She's holding second place and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like she's pushing hard to stay close to the leader. Scott Dixon is closing in on New for Life, cutting the gap by a full second. Catgo TM is climbing up one spot to 13. Hot Bolognese just overtook Roger Bear 302 and is now in the 14th place. They are still neck and neck in that battle for the same position. Wow, Pippi Langstrumpf just won the race. Looks like even the fastest need to watch out for her playful speed. Well done. Wow! Pippi Langstrumpf has taken the checkered flag. Congratulations on that spectacular win. That was some impressive driving. And a big shout out to Gina Jones for snagging the fastest lap. You've earned yourself a shiny 1995 Marcos LM 600 GT2. That's quite a prize. And Maya, you brought home the victory in the bet race. Time to add that 24 Nissan 350 ZDT 300 to your collection. Well played. Who's ready to see what these cars can do in the next race? Sure. Did you know that the 1970 Triumph Spitfire was known for its lively personality and snappy handling, making it a favorite for weekend drivers who loved a little bit of driving zest? Plus, it has that classic British roadster charm that screams, "I'm here to have fun," no matter the weather. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down, so make that decision quickly. You don't want to miss out on your chance to see which car dominates the track today. Grab your pick before it's too late. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Renkauri in the sleek 1964 Alfa Romeo Giulia T I Super has that classic Italian charm and a reputation for nimbleness. On the other hand, Scott Dixon in the 1976 Renault 5 Alpine brings a small but feisty French punch. Oh, if this were about straight-line speed, the Renault might have a slight edge because of that compact turbocharged engine. But on a track like Fort Wayne Oval, where handling and agility are king, Renkauri's Alfa Romeo could easily carve through the corners with style. Honestly, my gut says the Alfa might pull ahead in this race. It just has that balance of finesse and speed that might give it the slight advantage. But hey, never underestimate the quirky charm of a Renault 5. Either way, I'm excited to see how this plays out. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Fort Wayne Oval. And Amy is starting in first place, driving a very classy 1062 Porsche 804. Let's see if she can hold that lead. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Wouk CB in second place. Hingle Kringleberry is holding strong in third. Let's see if anyone can challenge the top trio early on. That's all. T Serena is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 23. Wrath 92 is catching up, moving 3 places to 26. Hingle Kringleberry is inching closer to the front, now in second place. Sofiek is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 15th place. Gina Jones is inching closer to the front, now in second. Cherubin Cirrhosis is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 4th. Hingle Kringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Exoasis is now in 6th. Meg's Boring Life has moved into 7th. Axoaces and Mission Man are nose to tail for 5th place. Ice is sneaking up 1 spot to 10th. Soviet and Ice are also fighting for 10th, making it a crowded top 10. Gina Jones and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to nose for 2nd place. Axoaces just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Mission Man and Axoaces are also battling closely for 5th. Gina Jones just sneaked into 2nd place. Athena CNC and Meg's Boring Life are still neck and neck for 7th. Ice is inching closer to Wauxi B, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Ray 92 is on the move, climbing 3 spots to take the 8th place. Cheryl Moses and Hingle McCringleberry are nose to tail fighting for 3rd. Athena CNC just gained 1 position and is now in 7th. Wrath 92 is on the move, climbing up to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ice is dropping back 7 spots to 17. Yam Chubby Panda is making a charge up to 23 after passing 3 cars. Wrath 92 is making a strong move, climbing up to 11th place after overtaking 4 cars. Crazy Sweet Butt is closing in on Meg's Boring Life, chipping away at the gap by 130 seconds. And it looks like Maya and Amansan are locked in a tight duel for 13th place. Wrath 92 is really having a tough time, dropping back to 28th place. Crazy Sweet Butt is climbing steadily, now in 7th. Mission Man and Crazy Sweet Butt are nose to tail for 7th place. Looks like a close fight. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Meg's Boring Life, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. I'm moving up 1 spot to take 11th place. Sofik is also climbing 1 spot to land in 12th. Cherofa Kitten is on the rise, climbing 3 places to 19. Basho Grande is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit 21st. Gina Jones is closing in on Amy, shaving off 1.7 seconds. Cheryl Mania Roses is gaining on Gina Jones, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Crazy Sweet Butt just moved up 1 spot to 6th. Pippi Langstrumpf is closing in on Meg's Boring Life, narrowing the distance by over 2 seconds. Crazy Sweet Butt is now in 5th place after overtaking someone. Axoaces and Crazy Sweet Butt are nose to nose for 5th position. Pippi Langstrumpf has climbed to 9th place, inching closer to the top 10. Gina Jones just took the lead, pushing Cheryl Mania Roses down to 2nd. They're nose to nose, no room for mistakes. Wauxi B is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. GMN Prime is right behind, also up 3 spots into 14th place. Cherofa Kitten is making moves too, now in 16th place after passing 3 cars. Yam Chubby Panda is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 18. That Salty Zarena is catching up, overtaking 3 cars to land 22nd. Hingle Kringleberry is inching closer to the top, moving up one spot to second. The battle for first is heating up with Hingle Kringleberry and Cheryl Miseroses locked in a tight duel at the front. Exoasis is dropping like a stone, now 11th place. Pippi Langstrup is on a charge, overtaking 6 cars to reach 14. Gina Jones is climbing fast, now in the lead. Sufik is on fire, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cherofikitan is making a move, now in 12th after passing 3 more. Baco Grande is also on the rise, now in 15th, having overtaken 3 cars. New for Life is gaining fast on Athena C and C, closing the gap to just over 5 seconds. Maya is inching closer to Cheryl Miseroses, chipping away at the lead by a second and a third. Hingle Kringleberry and Crazy Sweet but are locked in a fierce duel for 5th place. Wow! Gina Jones really took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the need for speed. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Gina Jones took the checkered flag. Congratulations on that victory. Looks like they really knew how to handle the course. Now, a big shout out to Maya for grabbing the fastest lap. Nice work sneaking that in there. You can now claim the 1998 Subaru Impreza 22 BSTI. That's a pretty sweet ride for a modern street car. And Scott Dixon, since you won the bet race, you get to claim the legendary 1976 Renault 5 Alpine. That's a classic. Well done, everyone. This race was a roller coaster. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. Long Beach is tight and twisty with sharp turns, so a car that can navigate corners smoothly and respond quickly to driver inputs will have the edge. Top speed is less important here because it's all about finesse and precision. You want a car that sticks to the road and can make those quick directional changes without losing traction. Overall, a nimble and responsive vehicle will perform best on this track. Wow, we've got a classic versus a bit of a modern muscle car here. The Holden Commodore VE from 2007 has a lot of charm, but it might be a bit long in the tooth compared to the sleek 2015 Ford Falcon FGX. Honestly, the Ford's a bit more aggressive and probably handles the twists and turns of Long Beach a little better. But hey, if Dave can somehow channel some old school magic, we might see a surprise. I'd lean toward the Ford Falcon taking the win just because it's more recent and built for speed. But you never know with these AI races. Sometimes the underdog pulls off the upset. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Long Beach and up front. We've got Juna's got the leads in a 2018 Holden Commodore ZB, sitting pretty in pole position. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead or if chaos will ensue. Jonas got to leads is already pulling ahead from the start. Pippi Langstrump is holding second place, while Hingle McCringleberry is hanging on in third. Looks like a close battle forming early on. Pippi Langstrump and Juna got the leads and nose to tail at the front. Gina Jones and Maya are swapping positions every corner for 5th place. Amy and Gina Jones are also locked in a fierce fight for 6th. New for Life is on the charge, now in 4th place after overtaking 4 cars. Anarchisix is climbing fast, now in 7th after passing 3 cars. Tyler is making moves, now in 11th after overtaking 3 cars. Gaming to Fight Cancer is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 8th place. Equinox Stowe is gaining ground, moving 3 spots to 12th. Derek Plays is also making moves, climbing 2 spots to 11th. Idealif is on a roll, climbing from way back to 2nd place. Lithocarp is not far behind, making a huge jump to 3rd. Sylphique is also making moves, now in 4th after overtaking 11 cars. Pippi Langstrump is climbing fast, now in 2nd place. Maya is also on the move, now in 3rd. New for Life is gaining ground, now in 4th. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots. New for Life is climbing up to 3rd place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is now in 4th. Anarchisix has jumped 2 spots to sit in 5th. Basinis Artwu is making a move, overtaking 7 cars to reach 4th place. Dingle McCringleberry is climbing fast, passing 4 cars to settle in 11th. Equinox Duo is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 8th. Maya is climbing fast, now in 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. Gina Jones is right behind, also up 4 spots to 9th. Amy is catching up, moving up 4 places to 10th. The race is heating up. Sully is climbing to 11th place. Jerk Place is also making moves to 12th place. Looks like the midfield is getting crowded. Basinis Artwu is climbing to 13th place. Hingle McCringleberry is also moving up to 14th place. Both making some progress today. Anarchisix is climbing up to 4th place. Aerotech is making a move to 15th. Tyler is also advancing to 16th. Equinox Duo just made it a bold move to take the lead from 6 cars behind. Lithocarp is climbing fast, overtaking 10 cars to reach the 10th spot. Unos Gotelites and Equinox Duo are now nose to tail for the top position. Amy is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Sophie and Jerk Plays are right behind, both making big moves to 8th and 9th. Looks like the battle for mid-pack is heating up. Lithocarp is making a move, now in the 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is climbing nicely, now in 5th after gaining 2 positions. Sylvie is also on the rise, now in 6th after moving up 2 spots. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing fast into 8th place. Gaming Topite Cancer has surged into 10th. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is right behind in 11th. Tyler is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 12. AD Lead is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13. Lulu for Life is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Hippie Langstrom is climbing to 3rd place. Ideally is now in 12th. Jerk Place has moved up to 14th, making some progress. Wow, New for Life. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, New for Life really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning, you must be feeling pretty good right now. Great race. A fun fact about the 1990s slow cars racing class is that despite their modest speeds, these cars often made up for it with some seriously creative paint jobs and flashy designs. It was almost like a colorful parade on wheels, proving that even when you're not the fastest, you can still be the most eye-catching. Sometimes it felt like the cars were more about style than speed, which just added to the charm of those races. Alright everyone, the clock is almost out. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's your last chance to make your voice heard. Don't miss out on your shot to cheer for the greatest machine on the track. Wow, what a matchup we have here. Tails of Strili in that classic Alfa Romeo one. 155Q4 looks like he's ready to channel some vintage racing spirit. On the other hand, Dank Nuggins with a 1996 Fiat Coupe Turbo might bring some turbocharged firepower to the track. While the Alfa has a reputation for handling and a bit of rally heritage, the Fiat's Turbo should give it a good kick in acceleration. I'd say the Alfa might have the edge in cornering at Curitiba's tricky turns. But don't underestimate that turbocharged Fiat for a quick burst down the straightaways. If I had to pick a side, I'd lean slightly towards Tails of Strili just because of that rally-bred four-wheel drive system, but the Turbo Fiat could surprise us with a speedy sprint. It's going to be a tense race for sure. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at Curitiba with Tails of Strili on pole in a classic 1994 Alfa Romeo 155Q4. Looks like we're in for some nostalgic racing action with those slow 90s cars. Let's see if Tails of Strili can hold on to that lead or if the other cars will catch up. Tails of Strili has taken the lead right out of the gate. Dank Nuggins is holding strong in second place. Ingo Kringleberry is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Zovi and Anonymous Ninity3 are nose to nose for 10th place. Kaiosify and I are locked in a close fight for 12th. Silver Gaming is climbing up one spot to 16. Dank Nuggins just overtook someone to take the lead. Amy is climbing up to 5th place. Scott Dixon and Amy are nose to tail for 4th. Looks like a close one. Tails of Strili is now in 1st place. Dank Nuggins is right behind in 2nd. Necrophantasm has climbed to 5th. The race is getting interesting. Ingo Kringleberry and Dank Nuggins are nose to tail for 2nd place. Sovi is climbing up to 10th, leaving someone behind. New for Life and I are locked in a close fight for 12th. Ingo Kringleberry is climbing to 2nd place. Amy is advancing to 5th. Silvergate Gaming is making a move to 13th. Ingo Kringleberry is really closing the gap on Tails of Strili. Just 1.6 seconds behind now. Those two are locked in a fierce fight for the top spot. Amy is climbing up to 4th place, making her way through the pack. Ingo Kringleberry is now in 1st place. Sovi is closing in on Shatoto Daroka 39 for 9th. Looks like Sovi is not giving up that spot easily. Dank Nuggins and Tails of Strili are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Shoto Todoroki 39 just gained 1 position and is now 9th. Zolich Hadonninity 1 is closing in on Pippi Langstrom, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Maya and Anonymous Ninity 3 are nose to tail for 11th place. Kaiosify is chopping down the distance to Gina Jones by 3 seconds. Kaiosify and Gina Jones are now locked in a close fight for 15th. Sovi is now in 9th place. Silver Gaming is chopping down the distance to pull Maya by 1.2 seconds. Bao by Biolab is catching Kyosify, closing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Dank Nuggins and Tales of Strilly are neck and neck for second place. Aussie 1222 is climbing up to 6th, just behind Necrophantasm. Necrophantasm and Aussie 2002 are now battling for 6th. Dank Nuggins and Tales of Strilly are nose to nose for second place. Maya is climbing up to 11. Bao by Biolab is inching into 16. Dank Nuggins is making a move for second place. Amy is closing in on Tales of Strilly, chopping down the gap by over a second. Silver Bee Gaming is climbing up to 12. New for Life is in the 13th position driving a Fiat Coupe Turbo. Their fastest lap is just under 1 minute, 48 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Hingle McCringleberry is leading with a 1997 Mitsubishi GT. Twin Turbo. Got him. He's been quick with the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like he's maintaining a solid pace and keeping the pressure on the rest. Wow, Hingle Me Kringleberry just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Congratulations to Hingle McCringleberry for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive, really showing off some serious skill. Well-deserved victory. And a big shout out to Hingle McCringleberry for the fastest lap, earning the chance to claim the 1997 Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo Joy. That car is a classic and perfect for retro street car fan. Maya, you also did a stellar job by making the most overtakes. You're now in the running for that same 1997 Mitsubishi G Twin Turbo Dot. Keep it up, and maybe next time you'll be the one grabbing that ride? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Lime Rock Park is known for its tight corners and quick transitions. So a car that can change direction smoothly and maintain stability at high speeds would be preferred. Power is always nice, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns efficiently, it won't matter much. So, a balanced setup with good grip and precise steering would be the way to go here. Oh, what an interesting matchup. Both cars are classics, but the Eagle Mach 5 has that timeless charm with a slightly more aggressive look. The Legrand Mark 11 looks classy, but does it have the edge in speed and agility on Lime Rock Park? My gut says Velocitor 14 with the Eagle might have a slight advantage thanks to its sleek design and possibly lighter build. But, hey, in AI racing, anything can happen. Let's see which one of these vintage beauties can outpace the other. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Lime Rock Park, and leading the pack is J.G. Swishman 33, driving a classic 1968 Surtees. Side. He's on pole, and ready to show these modern racers how it's done. Stay tuned, this should be fun. J.G. Swishman 33 is leading the race. Vargala Svet is right behind in second, and Gina Jones is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Scott Dixon is in a 1968 Eagle Mark V. He's currently in 10th place and seems to be holding steady, not making any dramatic moves. Amin Sons is driving a 1966 McLaren A10A, a classic and lightweight chassis known for agility. Their race looks steady so far, holding 7th place without much drama. Gina Jones and Vargala Svit are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Maya and Amundsen are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Pippi Langström is climbing up 1 spot to 11th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 2nd place. Maya is also making a move, now in 7th. Looks like some strategic overtaking happening. Brenda Buster is racing a 1968 Surtees TS5 Darsten. Looks like they're holding steady in 9th place, not making any big moves but staying in the pack. Lime Rock's tight corners are favoring the older McLaren M10, as seen with Maya and Amundsen holding strong. The Surtees are struggling a bit with speed, but the race is still wide open. Velocitor 14 is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still in the middle of the pack. Let's see if he can turn that speed into a higher position. J.G. Swishman 33 is leading in a 1968 Surtees TS5, a classic Formula 5000 car known for its balanced handling. They seem to be comfortably ahead with the fastest lap, so their race looks smooth so far. Ingo McKringleberry is driving a 1966 McLaren M10A. Their race looks rough with the slowest lap time among the top 15, and currently in the 12th place. Pippi Langström is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still a few places behind the leaders. Vargala Svet is driving a 1969 Legrand Mark 11, which is holding a solid 3rd place. Looks like they're keeping a good pace with the fastest lap just behind the leader. Scott Dixon's car is an Eagle Mark V from 1968. He's currently in 10th place and seems to be struggling a bit with the pace, given his lap time is the slowest among the top 10. Velocitor 14 is just ahead, and has a slight speed advantage, but Move for Life is closing in fast. It's a tight finish coming up. Vargala Svet is driving a 1969 Legrand Mark 11, which is holding a solid 3rd place. Looks like they're making good progress with the fastest lap of 57.088 seconds. Amundson's driving a 1966 McLaren M10A and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady with the fastest lap among McLarens, so not too shabby. Brando Busta is climbing to 8th place. Scott Dixon is now in 9th. Pippi Langstrup is in 10th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Brando Busta is driving in 1968 Surtees TS5, same as the leader. Looks like they're struggling a bit, currently in 8th and a bit behind the pace. Wow, GT Swishman 33. You really pulled off a miracle there. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, congratulations to GT Swishman 33. You really showed some serious skills out there. Nice work on winning the race. And a big shout out to Pippi Langstrup for grabbing the fastest lap. You can now claim the 1966 McLaren M10A from Formula 5000. That's quite the vintage beauty to add to your collection. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost up and we're about to get this AI racing showdown started. Don't miss out on your chance to root for the champion. Sure thing. The 1990 Mercedes-Benz C11 was a pretty beastly racing car that actually dominated the World Sports Prototype Championship. Fun fact is it was powered by a turbocharged inline-6 engine, which was so powerful that it could reach speeds of over 220 miles per hour. Basically, it was like a rocket on wheels back in its day. Not too shabby for a car that looks like it was made by engineers who loved speed and style. Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. The Lancia LC2 from 1985. That thing's a classic with some serious racing pedigree. The Nissan NP35 from 1992. Well, it's no slouch either. But that Lancia's got a reputation for agility and speed, especially on a track like Sebring. My money's on Amy and that sleek Italian machine to take the win. But hey, stranger things have happened in AI races. Let's see how these classics perform. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Sebring School Track in our star car, a 1989 Nissan R89C. Is starting on pole in Group C. Looks like it's ready to make some vintage magic happen. Let's see if it can hold that lead. Gina Jones has shot off the line and taken the lead. I am holding second place, trying to keep up. Amy is right behind me in third, looking for an opening. Mafia Mavi is climbing fast, now in 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for second. Double and Nerf Life are locked in a close duel for fifth. Adden Flash is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Chubby Boy RJ is dropping back, losing 6 positions to 23rd. Detoxness is making a move, advancing 1 spot to 3rd. Pippi Langstrom just nudged into 5th place. Novel Life and Pippi Langstrom are nose-to-nose for that spot. Bao Bai Beolab has climbed to 8th place. Bao Bai Beolab and Double are fighting hard for 7th. Maya is closing in on Gina Jones for the lead. It's a tight squeeze at the front. Mafia Mavia just climbed 1 spot to 20. Looks like the race is heating up. Equinox Duo is driving a 1994 Mercedes C180 DTM. They're currently in 12th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. Pippi Langstrom is climbing 1 spot to take 4th place. Bao Bai Beolab and Double are nose-to-nose for 7th. Hinga May Kringleberry and Bao Bai Beolab are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Bao Bai Beolab and Double are nose-to-tail for 7th place. Mafia Mavi just gained 1 spot to sit in 19th. And Body Notes and Mafia Mavi are fighting hard for 19th. Pippi Langstrom just overtook Detoxins and is now in 3rd place. They're battling closely for that 3rd spot. Meanwhile, Double and New for Life are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Maya is pushing hard to defend the lead. Gina Jones is not giving up easily. Egenarite is closing in on Bao Bai Beolab, the gap shrinking rapidly. Maya just snatched the lead from the current frontrunner. Hingle McCringleberry and Savi are both climbing up, now in 6th and 7th place respectively. The race is heating up. Egenarite is climbing to 11th place. Equinox TV is now 12th. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross has moved up to 13th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Sobi is driving a 1989 Nissan R89C, same as me. They're in 9th place, close behind the top group, but not quite catching up. Looks like they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Detoxness is dropping back to 10th place. Amy is climbing to 4th. Hingle McCringleberry is moving up to 5th. Bao Bai Beolab advances to 8th place. Egenarite climbs to 10th. Equinox Duo moves into 11th. Looks like some steady progress. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 4th place. Iron Cross or Wooden Cross is now in 12th. Exoasis has moved up to 13th. New for Life is closing in on Detox and Fast, cutting the gap by nearly 10 seconds. Zovi has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Looks like Amy and Sylvie are locked in a tight fight for 5th. Gina Jones is creeping closer to me, chopping down the gap by 2 seconds. Double just sneaked up 1 spot to sit in 6th. Bao by Beolab is closing in on Amy, narrowing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Now you're officially the fastest in the school. Wow, what an incredible race. Congrats to Maya for taking the top spot and securing the victory. You totally deserved it with that dominant performance. And I have to say, you're also the fastest lap holder, so you get to claim that beautiful 1989 Nissan R89. See, nice work. Big shout out to Amy for winning the bet race. You've earned that 1985 Lancia ALC2 with your clever moves. And Pippi Langstrumpf, you really went all out with the overtakes, so you get to claim the other Nissan R89. See, it's some serious driving right there. This was a super fun race to watch. Thanks for racing, everyone. Here's a fun fact about the 2020 Chevrolet Corvette C8R. This racing beast is actually based on the mid-engine Corvette Stingray, making it the first time Corvette has ever used a mid-engine layout in its racing history. It's like putting the engine right behind your seat, which is pretty much the coolest way to say performance without actually shouting it. It's built to dominate the track, and looks like it means serious business. Alright, this is a showdown between a Chevrolet Corvette C7R and a Ford GTLM. GTE. Both are high-performance beasts, but in different leagues when it comes to racing. The Corvette is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, especially on a track that demands a mix of speed and precision. The Ford GT, on the other hand, is a sleek, aerodynamically optimized machine that excels in cornering and stability. Given the track's length and the versatility, like Lasat, I'd lean slightly towards the car that's better suited for high-speed straights, but also has the agility for the twists and turns. The Corvette might have a slight edge in raw speed, but the Ford's balance could help it maintain consistency throughout. So, if we're betting on the overall package and track conditions, I'd probably say the Ford GT might just have the edge here. But hey, in AI racing, anything can happen. Especially if one driver's AI gets a little overconfident in the corners. Who do you think is going to take it? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Lasaf with Pippi Langstrumpf in pole position. She's driving a 2015 Ferrari 488 GTE, so let's see if she can hold on to that lead, or if the others have plans to spoil the party. Aha, sounds like someone's feeling the heat already. Don't worry, Amin-san, it's all part of the fun. Maybe next lap you'll be shouting, dang it, for a different reason. Keep the energy coming, folks. These AI racers are unpredictable. Pippi Langstrumpf is leading the race, followed closely by Newforlife in second place, and Bjorn Art holding the third spot. Looks like a tight battle at the front already. Baobab Biolab and Bjorn Art are nose to tail for third place. Amy has gained one spot and is now in fifth. Amy and Baobab Biolab are battling hard for fourth. Amy is now in third place. Bjorn Art and Amy are still battling for that spot. Hingle McCringleberry has moved up to sixth place. Baobab, Biolab and Bjorn Art are nose to tail for fourth place. Scott Dixon is climbing up to 10th place. Dixon and Gina Jones are fighting hard for 9th. Naiu Life is gaining on Pippi Langstrumpf, with a 1.2 second gap shrinking. Baobab Biolab has climbed one spot into fourth place. Bjorn Art and Baobab Biolab are nose to nose fighting for that fourth position. Baobab Biolab just moved up one spot to take third place. Amy and Baobab Biolab are nose to nose for that third spot. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up one spot to fifth. Hingle McCringleberry and Amy are locked in a tight fight for fourth. Noverlife is now in first place. Dylan Fox 213 and Bjorn Art are fighting hard for sixth. Sylvie has moved up to 12. Sylvie and Scott Dixon are nose to nose for 11. Sylvie is making a strong move, now in 9th place. Unstabil is climbing fast, now in 20th. Mafia Mavi is also on the rise, now in 23rd. The race is heating up. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing up to third place. Zoe and Gina Jones are nose to nose for 8th. Yongshan Stort 202 and Scott Dixon are locked in a fierce fight for 10th. Tecate Guerdo is dropping like a stone, now in 21st place. Amy is climbing steadily to 3rd. Scott Dixon and Sophie are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a photo finish is imminent. Tecate Guerdo is really finding the back of the pack now. Down to 28. Nancy Upstarks is on a mission. Closing in fast on Tecate Guerdo. Kakrish is creeping up on the Betty White show, but still a bit of a gap to close. Mr. Wolf J just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Gina Jones and Silent Fox 213 are nose to nose for 7. Stabigale Killams moved up 1 spot to 14. Stabigale Killams and Gary 17 are fighting for 13. Bubute is climbing up to 14th place. King Ruth and Mafia Mavia are nose to nose for 21st. Superstarcat is catching King Root, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 2nd place. Gina Jones and Silent Fox 213 are nose to nose for 7. Stankit is climbing 2 spots and is now in 10th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Bubute is also moving up to 12th. Gary 710 and Bubute are nose to nose for 12th place. Looks like a close fight. Mr. Wolf J and Bjorn Art are nose to nose for 5th place. Sophie is climbing 2 spots to 7. Stabigale Killams is gaining 1 spot to 13. Stabigale Killams and Bubate are locked in a close fight for 12. Hingle McCringleberry is inching closer to Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mr. Wolf J and Bjorn Art are neck and neck for 5th place. Sophie is closing in on Mr. Wolf J, reducing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Sophie and Mr. Wolf J are fighting hard for 6th place. Silent Fox 213 is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. Hingle McCringleberry is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 2nd. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are nose to nose for 3rd. Looks like a battle for the podium. Amy and Pippi Langstrom are neck and neck for 3rd place. Stankit is climbing up to 8th place. Jungdan Stort 202 and Gina Jones are fighting for 10th place. Jungdan Stort 2 just edged past Gina Jones to take the 9th place. The Betty White Show and Flynn Shikatwini 1 are nose to nose for 15. Maya is holding strong in 7th, but the pressure is mounting behind. Mr. Wolf J is catching up to Pippi Langstrom, closing the gap by 7.33 seconds. Amy has climbed 1 spot to take 2nd place. Silent Fox 213 is gaining on Mr. Wolf J, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Wow, what a shocker! Congratulations on winning the race. Milk for life. Guess the competition was just a warm-up for you. Wow, new for life, you did it. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some serious driving. You've definitely earned that victory lap. And for the drivers claiming their sweet rides, Bayo by Biolab, with the fastest lap, you're now the proud owner of a 2016 BMW M6 GTLM. That's a slick car to add to your garage. Hingle McCringleberry. Winning the bet race means you get a 2016 Ford GTLM G. Nice work. That's a real beauty. Thovi with the most overtakes. You're also claiming a 2016 Ford GTLM GT. Looks like you were really making moves out there. Great effort all around. Can't wait to see what you guys do in the next race. Alright everyone, time is almost up. Make your choices before the cars hit the track, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picked for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow. We've got a tiny powerhouse versus a classic British cruiser. Amy in that Mini Cooper John Works is probably going to have the edge in agility and acceleration, which is perfect for ESA-based twists and turns. The Triumph, while charming and nostalgic, might struggle to keep up with the Mini's modern tech and speed. So, I'd put my money on Amy in the Mini Cooper. But hey, in racing, anything can happen. Maybe the Triumph will surprise us with some vintage charm and outmaneuver the Mini. Alright folks, Fish the Husky is zooming from pole in that 2014 Alfa Romeo Giulietta QV. Looks like we've got some slow but stylish cars in this race. Let's see if he can hold that lead, or if the others will catch up. Fish the Husky is leading the race right now. Neotexum is in second place and Bunny Doom is holding on to third. Looks like a close battle at the front already. Neotexum and Fish the Husky are nose to tail at the front. Maya just gained a spot and is now in third place. The fight for second is heating up with Maya and Neotexum going wheel to wheel. Amy just made a slick move to take fourth place. Maya is now in second, closing the gap. Anarchy6 is right behind Amy in fifth. Looks like the battle for fourth is heating up with Anarchy6 Amy battling hard. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy is now just half a second behind Neotexum. Scott Dixon is now in 10th place, making a nice climb. Le Rache is in 12th, inching closer to the top 10. Galwybio Lab is charging through the field, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy and Neotexum are locked in a fierce duel for 3rd place. Anarchizix is creeping closer to Amy and has cut the gap by a full second. The fight for 4th is heating up with Anarchizix and Amy battling it out. Amy just gained 1 spot, now in 3rd. Amin Sun is climbing 2 spots, sitting in 4th. Scott Dixon is also moving up 1 spot, now in 7th. Gina Jones is closing in on Scott Dixon, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Le Rache has moved up 1 spot to take 9th place. Jon Art is also climbing 1 spot, now in 13th. Scott Dixon has moved up 1 spot to take the 6th place. Dixon and Neotexum are nose-to-nose for 5th. Le Rache and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 8th. Gina Jones is climbing up to 7th place. Gina Jones and Scott Dixon are nose-to-nose for 6th. Hinga McCringleberry is closing in on Le Rache, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Scott Dixon and Gina Jones are nose-to-tail for the 5th place. Gina just gained a spot and is closing in. Le Rache has slipped into 8th, but she's not giving up. Le Rache is climbing up to 7th place. Hinga McCringleberry is also advancing to 9th. Bunnies of Doom and Bean Streams are locked in a close fight for 12th. Hinga McCringleberry climbs up to 8th place. Jon Art is closing in on Anarchizix, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. The battle for 10th place is heating up between Bjorn Art and Anarchizix. Bjorn Art is climbing up to 10th place. Adiliyev and Yarlathod Pep 98 are neck and neck for 15th. TPKA sneaking closer to Adiliyev, closing the gap by a second and a third. Le Rache is inching closer to the top 5. Scott Dixon and Le Rache are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Bjorn Art is making a move and now sits in 9th. Scott Dixon has moved up to 6th place. Le Rache and Dixon are battling it out for that spot. Bjorn Art is closing the gap on Hingle McCringleberry by almost 2 seconds. Le Rache just overtook Scott Dixon to take the 6th place. Scott Dixon and Le Rache are now nose-to-tail fighting for 6th. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on Scott Dixon, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Scott Dixon is climbing to 6th place. Bunnies of Doom is closing in on Anarchy 6, cutting the gap by over a second. TPKPA and Yesnan 96 are locked in a close fight for the 18th spot. Wow, Fish to Husky, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. Congratulations to Fish to Husky on winning the race. Well done on dominating the track today. Now, for the drivers who are in the perfect position to claim a new car, Amy has achieved the fastest lap, so she can choose the 2009 Mini Cooper John Works. Great job on that blistering lap. And bow by Biolab. With the most overtakes under your belt, you can claim the 2014 Alfa Romeo Giulietta. QV, nice work on overtaking your way to victory. Sure thing. Did you know that the Bannockbrae Yard reverse track is famous for its tricky sharp turns and unexpected speed boosts? It's like the track decided to keep us on our toes and throw in a few surprises for the drivers. It's basically the roller coaster of racing tracks, but with more asphalt and less screaming. Oh, this is a tough one. Both cars are pretty powerful muscle cars, so it's going to come down to the driver's skill, or the A's decision-making, in this case. The Chevrolet Camaro has a reputation for a slightly more aggressive handling style, which might give Amy an edge around those tricky corners. On the other hand, the Ford Mustang is well known for its balance and straight-line speed. If I had to guess, I'd say Amy's Camaro might have a slight advantage, because its design tends to favor more aggressive racing tactics. But then again, Gianna's Mustang could surprise us with some slick moves and maybe take the lead in the straights. Honestly, I'm just here for the drama and the chance to see who gets there first. Let's see how the race unfolds. Alright everyone, The race is underway at Bannockray Yard Reverse. Sophie is on pole, driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class start. Let's see if he can hold that lead. Sophie has taken the lead right out of the gate. Amy is holding strong in second place. Gina Jones is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Evensero Guy and Pippi Langstrom are nose to tail for 6th place. Maya has gained 2 spots and is now in 8th. Maya and Evensero Guy are almost bumping doors for 7th. Wilder Eno just overtook someone to take the 4th place. Scott Dixon and I are still neck and neck for 8th. James Smith and Move for Life are locked in a close fight for 10th. James Smith just climbed to 10th place. Budatsaror has gained a spot and is now in 13th. Code Girl and Budatsaror are nose to tail for the 13th spot. Katsuma Girl just overtook someone to move into 13th place. Budatsaror and Katsuma Girl are nose to nose for that 13th spot. Spear Like Hail and Tyler Drums 31 are battling hard for 19th. No one's giving an inch there. Gina Jones is driving a Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. She's currently in 3rd place and has yet to set her fastest lap, so she might be saving her best for later. Sophie is leading the race with a Ford Mustang from 2021. Looks like they've got a strong grip on the front, probably thanks to that classic American muscle. The race seems pretty straightforward for now. No signs of trouble or challengers closing in. Scott Dixon is now in 8th place, climbing 1 spot. Detoxins has moved up to 21st place, also gaining 1 spot. Equinox Doe is making a move up to 27th place, climbing 2 spots. Five and Zero Guy is holding off Pippi Langstrom by a car length for 6th place. Move for Life and James Mist are neck and neck for 10th place. No clear winner yet. Cod Girl and Celestial Inari are trading positions for 12th. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Evensero Guy is climbing to 6th place. James Smith is now in 10th. Budatsaror is catching up to Kazuma Girl, closing the gap by 140 seconds. The reverse layout is shaking things up, with plenty of overtaking opportunities and tight corners, so expect some surprises at the front. Celestial Inari is driving a Ford Mustang, currently in 13th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The race seems to be a tight battle at the front with the Mustang in the middle of the pack. Silhouette is driving a 2008 Toyota Corolla, which is known for its reliability, but not exactly a speed demon. Looks like they're holding steady in 18th place, probably just trying to stay out of trouble. Scott Dixon is in 8th place driving a 2021 Ford Mustang Mustang. Looks like he's holding steady but not quite making moves yet. Well, look at Sophie, crossing the finish line first. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow. Sovi really pulled it off, didn't they? Big congratulations to them for winning the race. And not only that, Sovi also snagged the fastest lap, so they get to claim the shiny 2021 Ford Mustang Trans. And Amy, you did well in the bet race, so you're up next to claim that sleek 2021 Chevrolet Camaro Transit M. Nice work, everyone! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the Porsche 936 would probably dominate on the Hockenheimring. It's got that iconic turbocharged Porsche speed and agility, perfect for handling that long straights and tricky corners. The Ferrari 312 FEB is a close second because it's a classic and also fast. But the Porsche's design just screams race winner in this lineup. The other cars are impressive, but they might struggle a bit with the modern demands of a circuit like Hockenheim. Oh wow, what a clash of the classic titans. Shikamaru is behind the wheel of a 1971 Ferrari 312 VB. A true racing legend with that raw vintage charm. Meanwhile, I'm in a 1977 Porsche 936, which is known for its sleek design and impressive speed. Honestly, it's a tough call because vintage Ferrari is a powerhouse, and all about that aggressive racing spirit. But the Porsche 936 has a reputation for being incredibly reliable and quick through the corners. If I had to place a bet, I'd say the Porsche might have a slight edge on the Hockenheimring, winding through those curves and long straights. But don't count the Ferrari out. It's got that fighting spirit of the 70s racing era. So, stay tuned and let's see which vintage beast comes out on top. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Hockenheimring, and look at that. Bell by Biolab is starting on pole in a classic 1977 Porsche 936. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead or if the newer models will catch up. Bell by Biolab has shot off the line to take the lead. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second place. Wrestling 567 is in third, trying to keep up. Wrestling 567 is climbing to second place. Agrides 34 is catching up to third. Dana Jones is sneaking into fourth. Looks like the race is heating up. Hingley Kringleberry is climbing up to 5th place. New for Life is making a move to 8th. New Wife and Sir Pro 3 are nose to nose for 7th. Gina Jones and Agretz 34 are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Sir Pro 3 just sneaked up 1 spot to 6th. Amy and New for Life are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya and Pippi Langstrumpf are nose to tail for 11th place. Lady Gami has gained 1 spot to move into 19th. Cloudy is climbing 2 spots to 21st. Maya is trying to squeeze past Pippi Langstrumpf for 11th place. Cloudy and Skex's Beau Prix are neck and neck for 20th. Cessateur and Lux Ravenous are locked in a close fight for 22nd. Maya is climbing up to 11th place. Cessateur has gained 2 spots and is now in 21st. Willow Shroop is up 1 position and is now 24th. Pippi Langstrumpf and Maya are neck and neck for 11th place. Screwchamp just gained 1 spot and is now in 25th. Zovi is climbing up to 9th place. Shikamaru is now in 12th. Looks like Sovi is on the move. Dave Factor is really closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf. Now just a second away. Screwchamp has climbed up to 24th place, making some moves. New for Life just overtook Scott Dixon for 7th place. Looks like they're in a close fight now. Yates Algaming is climbing up to 14th. Cessateur is closing in on Platigami, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lux Ravenous is climbing up to 22nd place. Screwchamp is also moving up to 23rd. Cessateur just overtook someone to move into the 18th place. Cessateur and K-Boomper are nose-to-nose for the 17th spot. Lux Ravenous and Skeksis Beau Prix are locked in a close fight for the 22nd position. Cessateur climbs to 18th place. Lux Ravenous also moves up to 21 Dutchesish. Attigade ifsi den Wolnaes, Athosid Sword Yilgadel. Skeksis Beau Prix and Lux Ravenous are nose-to-nose for 21. Cessateur is closing in on Marty Freeze and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Lady Gami has moved up 1 spot to take the 19th place. Screwchamp has also gained 1 position and is now in 22nd place. Maya is climbing up to 9th place now. Willow Shrub is inching closer to Skeksis Beau Prix for 23rd. Looks like a fun little scrap there. Cessateur just overtook someone to climb to 17. Marty Freeze and Cessateur are nose to tail for that same spot. Lux Ravenous is inching closer to the top 20. Marty Freeze is climbing up to 17th place. Lux Ravenous is chipping away at Platigami's lead, closing in by over a second. Screwchamp is making a move to 21st place. Wow! Biobay Biolab just took the victory. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Baobai Biolab for winning the race. That's some serious skill there. And hey, don't forget, Baobai Biolab also snagged the fastest lap, so they can claim that sweet 1977 Porsche 936 from Group 6. Maya, you're the reigning champ in the bet race. Way to come out on top. That means you also get to take home a 1977 Porsche 936. Sophie, you really went full throttle with the overtakes. That's some impressive driving. Your reward is a 1972 Lola T280 from Group 6 Galway. Great race, everyone. Can't wait to see what happens next. Alright, here's a fun fact about the Alton Park Foster's track for you. This circuit is known for its unpredictable weather and challenging corners. But what's really interesting is that it's been around since 1953. Over all these years, it's earned a reputation for being a real test of skill with those tight turns and fast straights. It's like the track itself has a personality that keeps drivers on their toes, making every race there a little bit unpredictable and a lot exciting. Hey everyone, time's almost up. Make your choice quick, or your favorite car will be stuck with whatever the AI picks. Don't miss out on the excitement. Alright, so we've got New for Life in a 2016 BMW, i8 in a 2019 Ferrari Portofino. The BMW is definitely a sleek, futuristic choice, but the Ferrari of course has the speed and style advantage. The Portofino is known for its agility and quick acceleration, especially on a track like Alton Park Foster's. The i8, while efficient and innovative, might struggle a bit against the raw horsepower of the Ferrari. I'd say the Ferrari has the edge here, but hey, miracles happen in AI racing, so I'll keep an open mind. Who do you think will surprise us? Alright folks, the race is underway at the Alton Park Foster's track, and leading the pack is Cobercle in a 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo Dog. Looks like old school turbo charm is taking the front today. Cobercle is taking an early lead, holding the front spot. Jungdances Tortue, 102 is right behind, trying to keep up. Scott Dixon is in third, already looking to make a move. Shazi just sliced through 4 cars to land in 5th place. Alan 656 is climbing fast, overtaking 3 to reach 17th. Scott Dixon is on a roll, moving up 2 spots to take the lead. Let's Go just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Alan 656 moved up 2 spots and is now in 15th. Lightning Thief moved up one spot to 17. Scott Dixon is trying to hold off Team Tenatia as they battle for the lead. Team Tenatia just made a move and is now challenging for first place. Amy is stuck way back at 24th, probably wishing she had a better eye. Shalesy just snuck into third place. Nick, Saramaval and Frago both climbing 2 spots, now sitting in 4th and 5th. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Marja Koblach is now in 8th place, and closing the gap with the racer ahead. The battle for 8th is heating up with someone else in the mix. Gaming Fight Cancer has advanced to 15th place, creeping closer to the pack. Gaming Fight Cancer is closing in on Hingle McCringleberry, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing 2 spots and now sits in the 16th position. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. AD Levis is really having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 24. Shazy is closing in on Scott Dixon, chipping away at the gap by 1.6 seconds. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take 7th place, making a little progress. Looks like someone just sneaked into the top 6. Marja Koblach is climbing up to 8th place. Drelitsko is also making moves to 9th. The race is heating up. Shalesy and Scott Dixon are nose to tail for 2nd place. Marja Koblach and Cobracle are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. New for Life just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Shalesy is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Darletsko has climbed to 7th, making some moves. New for Life is up to 9th, keeping the momentum. Idia Lever is slicing through the track, closing in on Amy by nearly 6 seconds. Move for Life and Cobracle are locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. Alan 656 is climbing up 1 spot to 12. Meanwhile, Alan 656 and LXHAXNT are neck and neck for 11. Alan 656 is making a strong push, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Maya is closing the gap on the Lightning Thief, shaving off 5.2 seconds. New for Life just moved up 1 spot to 8th, climbing the ranks. Gina Jones is climbing up to 11th place. Alex Nutri and Cobracle are still locked in a close fight for 12. Bao by Biolab is advancing to 16. Gina Jones is slicing through the track, closing in on Marja Koblach by 2 seconds. LXIX is climbing up 1 spot to 12th place. Gaming Fight Cancer is also moving up 1 spot to 13th place. Alan 656 is climbing to 8th place. Gina Jones is closing in on Marja Koblach, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Pippi Langstrom is moving up to 14th. Draletsko and the other racer are nose to tail for 6th place. Amy is chipping away at Sophie's lead, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Let's Go just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. Gina Jones and Magical Blight are nose to tail for 10th. No one is giving an inch in that fight. Chelsea is gaining on Team Tenadia, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Alan 656 is also making moves, closing in by 3.3 seconds. Gina Jones is climbing up the ranks, moving into 10th place. Well, look at that. Team Tenatea has done it again, claiming victory at Oulton Park Fosters. Guess all those late nights in practice paid off. Congratulations on the win, champions! Wow, Team Tenadia really pulled it off. Big congratulations to them for winning the race. They definitely earned that victory. And congratulations to New for Life for winning the bet race. They can now claim that sleek 2016 BMW i8. Looks like it's a good day for champions here. Who's ready to see more racing action? Sure. Did you know that in the 2000s the slowest cars in racing classes sometimes took longer to finish a lap than it takes to watch an episode of your favorite sitcom? It's like a roller coaster where instead of speed, the thrill is in the patience. Alright everyone, get those last minute picks in before the clock runs out. Time's almost up to choose your favorite car for this crazy AI race. Don't miss out on the thrill. Welcome back, Shivakalas in 104. Glad to see you returning to the chaos of AI racing. Hope you're ready for some high-speed fun. Alright, this is quite the classic versus modern showdown. The 1999 Honda Civic Type R is known for its agility and nimbleness, especially on a tighter circuit like Oran Park. It's probably going to be quick through the corners and great at maintaining momentum. On the other side, the 2004 Nissan 350Z is all about power and straight-line speed, so it might have an edge on the longer straights, but could struggle a bit on tight turns. If I had to guess, the Civic might have a slight advantage in the corners with its lighter weight and sharper handling, but the 350Cs can make it up on the straightaways with that V6 engine. It's almost a toss-up, but I'm leaning toward the Civic pulling ahead in the end. What do you guys think? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Oran Park with the 2000 Slow Cars class. Scott Dixon is on pole, zooming in a 2003 seat. Leon Cupra R. Let's see if he can hold that lead. Probably not. But hey, it's the thrill of the slow. Hingle McCringleberry has taken the lead right out of the gate. Scott Dixon is holding strong in second place, and New for Life is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight start so far. Gina Jones is climbing to third place. Hikori Hamzan is making a move into fourth. Shivakale 704 is advancing to ninth. Amy is climbing steadily into the top 10. Baobay Biolab Nurgis ahead to 13. Cloudy and Baobay Biolab are locked in a close fight for 12th. Pippi Langstrup is climbing to 6th place. Baobay Biolab is making a move up to 11th. Cloudy is closing in on Baobay Biolab, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Looks like a tight fight for 11th place between Cloudy and Baobay Biolab. Dan. Shivakali 704 is climbing up to 7th place. Penny 3 is gaining on Sovi, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Hikori Hamzam and Gina Jones are neck and neck for third place. Shivakali 704 is closing in on Pippi Langstrup, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Penny 3 and Sovi are fighting hard for 9th place. Pippi Langstrup is gaining ground on Maya and has cut the gap by 1.3 seconds. They are nose to tail for 5th place. Baobay Biolab is gaining on Penny 3, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Amy is catching up to Cloudy, but still has some ground to make up. The Dreamkeeper is driving a 2001 Toyota Celica SS2. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady but not quite in the hunt for the front yet. New for Life is holding 8th place, just ahead of the Zeit. Hikori Hamzam is in 4th, so unless New for Life pulls a miracle, they're not catching up anytime soon. Hikori Hamzam is climbing fast to 2nd place. Shivakali 704 is also making moves. Now in 5th. Sovi and Liu for Life are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a close fight. Shivakali 704 is driving a 2001 BMW M3E46 and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:31.593, which is pretty competitive. Looks like they're holding steady but might need a bit more push to climb higher. Shivakali 704 just overtook Gina Jones and is now in 4th place. They are close together, so expect some more action soon. Hikari Hamsam is holding the fastest lap, so he's pushing hard. He's in 2nd place and trying to chase down the leader. New for Life is holding 8th place, but is a bit behind Hikari Hamsam in 2nd. If they want to win the bet, they need to find some extra speed soon. Shivakali 704 is climbing up to 3rd place. Sovi and Move for Life are nose to nose for 8th. Hikari Hamzam is holding the fastest lap, but is stuck in 2nd place. Looks like he's got the pace but needs a move to get ahead. Cloudy is driving a 1998 Saab 9.3 Aero Turbo and is currently in 13th place. Their fastest lap is just under 1 minute and 32 seconds. The race seems tight with little room for error. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry just took the victory? Guess the race was just a walk in the park for them. Wow, Hingle McCringleberry takes the win! That was quite the impressive drive. Congratulations! Looks like they really played the game to win and deserved that victory. And a big shout out to Shivakila 704. They snagged the fastest lap, which makes them the owner of a slick 2001 BMW M3E46. A true classic for any car enthusiast. Plus, they also did the most overtakes, so they've earned that same car twice over. Who knew racing AI could be so exciting? Stay tuned, there's more action coming up. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down to the final seconds to pick your favorite car. Make your choice now before they all zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one comes out on top. Well, if I had to put my money on it, I'd say Sovi's Skoda Octavia might have the edge simply because it's a more modern and likely more agile car. The Skoda's got some decent handling and power on its side. Amy's Toyota Corolla, while reliable, is a bit more of a sleeper in this race. It's more about durability than speed, especially in a vintage racing setting like Spa. So, I'm leaning towards Sovi taking this one. But hey, anything can happen in a race, especially with AI behind the wheels. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Spa Vintage and Scott Dixon, RTC star, is starting on pole in the 2019 Ford Focus ST. Let's see if he can hold that lead or if the competition catches up. Bao by Biolab is leading the race, followed closely by Scott Dixon in second place, and Pippi Langstrom holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Scott Dixon and Bao by Biolab are nose to tail at the front. Pippi Langstrom and Scott Dixon are also fighting hard for second place. Gina Jones just gained one spot and is now in fourth. Gina Jones and Pippi Langstrom are battling it out for third. Gina Jones is climbing up to third place. Scorched Log has moved up to fifth. New for Life and Scorched Log are nose to nose for fifth place. Looks like a battle to the finish. Hingle McCringleberry and New for Life are nose to tail for sixth place. Amy and King Malcolmerks are locked in a close fight for ninth. Equinox Doll and Uncanny Buddy are battling it out for 12th. Amy is now in 9th place. Diapris has moved up to 13th. Athena CNC and Equinox 2 are nose to nose for 14th place. Scott Dixon and Bao by Biolab are nose to nose for the lead. Navling just gained 2 spots to sit in 14th. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up 1 spot to 16th. Hingle McCringleberry is climbing to 6th place. New for Life and Hingle are still neck and neck for that spot. Amy is closing in on me, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Hingle McCringleberry and Scorched Log are neck and neck for 5th place. New for Life and Hingle McCringleberry are also fighting hard for 6th. Gnavling is closing in on the Empress, now just 1 second behind. Gnavling and the Empress are in a tight scrap for the 13th spot. Gnavling is now in 13th place. Equinox Doe has moved into 16th. Athena CNC has climbed into 17th. Looks like some steady progress. Amy is gaining on Maya, again, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rowdy Zerolf just moved up 1 spot to 14th place. The Empress and Rowdy Zerolf are nose-to-nose for 14th place. Scott Dixon is now in 1st place. Naveling has moved up to 12th. Uncanny Buddy and Naveling are battling closely for the 12th spot. Nulavi and Athena CNC are neck and neck for 16th place. Akinone just gained 1 spot and is now in 17th. Equinoxta and Akinone are fighting hard for 18th. Gina Jones and Bayobai Biolab are neck and neck for 2nd place. Amy and I are fighting hard for 8. Mulavi and Athena CNC are locked in a close scrap for 16th. Wow. Scott Dixon just took the victory at Spa Vintage. Looks like he's got the magic touch again. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Scott Dixon really pulled it off, didn't he? Big congratulations to him on the win. He definitely earned that victory today. And hey, Amy's got a new set of wheels. She can go ahead and claim the 24 Toyota Corolla. Nice choice, Amy, and congrats. Looks like someone's going to be driving in style soon. Sure thing. Did you know that the Zolder track in Belgium has a really tricky corner called the Gaverstraat, which is notorious for catching drivers off guard? It's like a surprise party every time someone takes it a little too fast. Pretty fun place to watch races and see who can keep their cool. Wow, what a classic showdown. The Ferrari from 1952 versus the Curtis Craft from 1957. Both are vintage beauties, but their racing prowess might differ quite a bit. The Ferrari's got that legendary Italian flair and a history of speed, but the Curtis Craft is known for its sleek design and racing pedigree from that era. Honestly, I'd probably lean towards the Ferrari because of its reputation and potential power. But let's see how those vintage machines handle Zolder's twists and turns. Either way, we're in for a fun race. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Zolder and it's a classic showdown. Starting on pole, we've got it Sarar revving up in a 1952 Kuzma Offie. This is gonna be a blast from the past with some serious vintage vibes. The race kicks off with its Sarar leading the pack, followed closely by Kickass Lady X3 in second place, and Sylvie holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Daisy Shaz is climbing up to third place. Sylvie and Daisy Chains are still neck and neck for that spot. Geogino Miracles is also making a move, now in fifth. Hellskank is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 10. Ren Kaori is doing the same, also gaining 3 positions to 11. Pippi Langstrumpf is making a statement, overtaking 5 cars to land in 12. Bao by Biolab is climbing fast, now in 10th place. Druar Falls is making a move, now 23rd. I Raphael is gaining ground, now in 24th after overtaking 5 cars. Sobi is making a quick climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 27th place. Hellskank is inching forward 1 spot to 10th. Ren Kaori is also moving up 1 spot, now 11th. Daisy Shans and Kickass Lady X3 are nose to tail fighting for second place. And Wufra Life just sneaked into the top 14. Timbogini Tuba is inching closer to the top 16. Bunnies of Doom is climbing to 8th place. Rob Swizzle and Uncle Tobin are neck and neck for 14. Hingle May Kringleberry is advancing to 17. Hingle McCringleberry is closing in on K Boomper, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They're in a tight fight for 16th place. Gina Jones is climbing up 1 spot to take 18. Zolder's tight corners are making overtakes tricky, so expect some strategic moves to shake up the order soon. Geogino Miracles and Dicey Canes are neck and neck for 3rd place. Timborghini Tuba just gained 1 spot and is now in 17. Scott Dixon and Vanone 1857 are locked in a close fight for 21st. Architect is closing in on Geogino Miracles and has cut the gap by 1.7 seconds. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up 1 spot to take 7th place. Pippi Langstrumpf and Ren Kaori are locked in a tight fight for 11th. Dicey Shines and Kickass Lady X3 are neck and neck for 2nd place. New for Life just climbed 1 spot to 12. Rob Sizzle is closing in on Pippi Langstrumpf, chipping away at the gap by over 2 seconds. Bao Bai Biolab is closing in on Zinyahima fast, just 5.1 seconds behind now. Daisy Chains has climbed 1 spot to 2nd place. Kickass Lady X3 and Daisy Chains are locked in a fierce duel for 2nd place. Geogino Miracles is now in 3rd place. Architect has moved up 2 spots to 5th. Ren Kaori is in 9th after climbing 1 spot. Kickass Lady X3 is really having a rough time, dropping 19 places to 23rd. Bao by Beolep is closing in on Zenyahima, shrinking the gap by 6.8 seconds. Architect is climbing up the leaderboard, moving one spot closer to the top 4. Inga McCringleberry is climbing up 2 spots to take 15th place. Timbogini Tuba and Gina Jones are locked in a close fight for 16th. Scott Dixon and Evolution 954 are nose-to-nose for 18th. New for Life advances to 9th place. Kai Boompa is closing in on Uncle Tobin, cutting the gap by a second. Scott Dixon climbs to 18th. Dixon and Timbogini Tube are locked in a tight fight for 17th. Bunnies Off Doom is climbing up to 5th place. Rob Sizzle is now in 10th. Gina Jones is moving up to 15th. Gina and Kay Boomper are battling for 14th place. Kickass Lady X3 is closing in on Maya Fast, just 10.8 seconds behind now. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer has climbed 1 spot to 5th. Hellskank has also moved up 1 spot to 10th. Bow by Baolab is closing in on Kickass Lady X3, now just 5.5 seconds behind. New for Life has gained a spot and is now in 8th place. Ren Kaori and No for Life are nose to tail, fighting for 8th. Ropswizzle advances to 9th place. Hippie Langstrom moves up to 10th. Uncle Tobin is closing in on Hellskank, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Drew Orfals is climbing 1 spot to take the 18th place. Kai Boompa and Drew Orfals are nose-to-nose for that same position. Ai Rafael is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 21st. Daisy Shames is climbing to the top spot. Gina Jones is making her way up to the 13th position. Timbogini Tuba is gaining on Hingle McCringleberry, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wow, Daisy Chains just won the race. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, well done to Daisy Chains for winning that race. That was a close one, but they crossed the finish line just ahead. Now, for Gina Jones, congratulations. You did the most overtakes, which is no small feat, so you get to claim the classic 1960 Scarab Indy car. Nice work and enjoy cruising in a piece of racing history. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up, we're doing some stream maintenance, so we'll be back in a few minutes. Grab a snack or chat among yourselves. We'll be right back to watch these cars race like they've got something to prove.